This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Colgate.
Colgate Shave Cream presents Bill Stern with
The Colgate Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll look nice. Your face will feel as cool as ice. With Colgate Shave, you'll be a fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern speaking with the Colgate Sports Newsreel. Our guest tonight is the nation's #1 trumpeter, Harry James. But first, today in Big League Baseball, the American League. New York beat Chicago 7-1. Washington beat St. Louis 7-6. Detroit beat Philadelphia 6-5. Boston beat Cleveland 8-6. Now the National League. Boston beat Pittsburgh 4-1. St. Louis beat Brooklyn 2-1. That's a tie in the National League for the league lead. Cincinnati beat Philadelphia 4-1, and that's all for baseball. Reel 2. Portrait of a gent named Joe. It's the last of the ninth inning. Yankee Stadium. Joe watches intently. Scores tied. 2 out. Runner on third. Mighty slugger Flash Gordon coming up to bat, crowding the plate, digging in, looking for that home run ball. Or is he? Gordon lays a beautiful drag bunt down the third base line. Here's the runner scoring. Gordon's racing to first. He's safe by a step, and the Yankees win. And Joe smiles and relaxes. Who's Joe? Well, he's the man who signaled for that squeeze play, of course. Who signals for every play the world champion Yankees make. He's manager Joe McCarthy, champion maker of champions.
And lather shavers will agree he's a great judge of champions when they hear this letter he wrote you, Bill, about Colgate Lather Shave Cream of champions. He writes, Dear Bill, Colgate Lather Shave Cream's traveled many miles with me, and as any traveler knows, shaving on trains is a tricky proposition. But it's lots easier after Colgate Lather takes the fight out of your whiskers so they shave off smooth. Now and then some youngster joins the Yankees who's high on this or that brand, and I've sampled him occasionally, but they just haven't got the stuff. For my money, Colgate Lather's about the best break a man can give his face. Regards, Joe McCarthy.
Yes, lather shavers. Colgate Lather Shave Cream cuts through the tough film that coats each whisker right at the skin line, so you can shave close without snag. Start tomorrow off right. Switch to the Shave Cream of Champions. Get Colgate Lather Shave Cream tonight. And remember, turn in an empty metal tube, any size, any kind, when you buy. Reel 3. Portrait of a horse. This is the story of the horse, a circus horse. Yet it's a great sports story, too. For the lady who owned this horse was a famous circus acrobat. She had to be a great athlete to do the tricks she did on her horse. But let's begin at the beginning. 20 years ago in America, one of the most famous circuses was known as the mighty Hague Circus, and its star attraction was a beautiful bareback rider and her horse. Each day, this lovely woman performed amazing acrobatic tricks on her trained horse, and the horse was just as famous as was its beautiful rider. All this the American public knew. But what the public didn't know was that the woman had a young son, who, though only 6 years old, was quietly being taught by his mother to also ride her horse. The mother, the son, and the horse worked long hours together. And finally, on the opening day of the circus in 1920 in Beaumont, Texas, an amazed audience saw a little 6-year-old boy do all his mother's famous tricks on his mother's horse. It was a great debut for the lad. His mother was very proud, and even her horse seemed to share the thrill, for the horse never performed more brilliantly. After the little boy had done his last trick, he ran forward to take a bow, and the ovation was terrific. Perhaps it was because it was the boy's first performance. Perhaps it was because the boy was only 6. But whatever the reason, the youngster didn't look where he was going. As he ran out on the circus track to take his bow, he ran right into the path where another group of horses were making a fast exit. The thundering horses were coming at the boy with a sickening speed. Everyone in the huge circus tent saw the little lad's danger. That is, everyone but the little lad himself. His mother screamed. Then out of the confusion, a strange thing happened. His mother's horse seemed to take in the situation at a glance. There are those who say that horses are dumb animals. This one wasn't dumb. Quickly, he galloped ahead of the other horses, raced to the boy's side, firmly but gently nudged the little boy, knocking the lad down. And then this horse planted his 4 feet in such a way that he bridged the boy's body. And thus this horse stood there, protecting the lad from the other onrushing horses. And the other horses brushed up against this horse's back as they thundered past. But the little boy was safe. This horse had saved his little friend's life. The following day, a committee of the city council came to see the boy's mother.
The horse that saved your son's life was your horse, isn't he, ma'am?
Yes, he's my horse. Why?
Of course, ma'am, all Beaumont's talking about that animal today. We've decided that we'd like to keep the memory of your horse's great deed alive, even after he's dead.
What do you mean?
Well, we mean, ma'am, that all the people who saw the circus last night took up a collection. They turned it over to the city council. Erect some sort of a memorial to your horse for the most human deed any of us ever saw a horse do. I ain't much on speeches, ma'am. What I'm trying to say is, when your horse dies, we'd like to bury him right here in Beaumont. We Texans love fine horses.
So it was, not so many years later, that this very circus horse was buried in Beaumont, Texas. And over the horse's grave is a simple inscription which reads, "Here lies the body of a circus horse, who, despite his death, shall remain a living proof that horses are not dumb animals," gratefully erected by the city of Beaumont, Texas, on March the 4th, 1924. For many years in Beaumont, on each March the 4th, many fine Texans visited the grave of this circus horse. But as the years rolled by, the visitors became fewer, until 3 years ago almost no one remembered. His was just another grave among many. But 3 years ago, the horse's grave again became famous. For by 3 years ago, the little Beaumont boy this horse had once saved had become the most famous citizen to come from Beaumont, Texas. Now, each year on the 4th of March, there's a parade in Beaumont, Texas, a parade to that horse's grave. For the little circus boy that this horse once saved has today become the nation's #1 trumpeter, the leader of the nation's most popular band, and here he is in person, Harry James.
Well, this is Harry James speaking, Bill, and I'd like to add an ending to that story, if you'll let me.
Well, go right ahead, Harry.
Well, I wonder if you know that my mother's horse is also the reason why I became a trumpet player.
It's news to me, Harry. How come?
Well, because that day when Mother's horse saved my life, my mother decided that circus life was a little too risky for me, and so she brought me a trumpet and made me take up music.
No wonder the city of Beaumont annually honors your mother's horse. Well, now that you've become the most popular band leader in the nation, do you have much time to go in for sports?
Yes, I love baseball, and so much so that last year I increased the size of my orchestra so that we could have 2 full baseball teams.
Harry, do you get much of a chance to play baseball?
Oh, yes, we do.
What other sports do you like, Harry?
Oh, a bit of golf, some horseback riding.
Horseback riding? I hope no more circus tricks.
No, Bill, but I would like to say something that I've never had a chance to say before. Everyone thinks of me as a trumpet player. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the debt of gratitude that I owe to a horse. And but for that horse, I'd not be a musician today. But for that horse, I'd not even be alive today. So the next time you think of a horse as a dumb animal, just remember this story.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck and good night, Harry James.
Good night, Bill.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to the Bill Stern Sports Newsreel right after these messages.
MediaBay.com.
And now, let's return to the Bill Stern Sports Newsreel with special guest Harry James.
Reel 4, profile of a tennis match. This is a love story. One of the most beautiful ever told, and it all began at a tennis tournament held on the French Riviera in 1934. It was the annual French midwinter tennis tournament. Most of the players entered under assumed names, for these were mainly society people who had little use for publicity. Playing as a mixed doubles team were a handsome Englishman and a beautiful European girl. Each had entered under an assumed name. Each was trying to avoid publicity. They reached the semifinal round before they were finally beaten, but not before they'd been together for 10 days, and not before they'd fallen in love. The last night of the tennis tournament found these two together as usual. She of vision and loveliness. He very much in love.
I say, we've had enough dancing. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course. Why have you been looking so miserable all night long?
I'll tell you why. 10 days ago, I came here to enter the tennis tournament. I suppose you did, too. Well, anyhow, we drew each other for partners. At first, I thought it was fun, but then, well, as I got to know you better, well, you must have guessed. I fell in love with you. Yes, I know it was stupid, but I did.
Why do you say it was stupid?
Because, like most everyone else here, I'm playing tennis under an assumed name. You see, I can't just go around falling in love with anyone, because I'm the son of the King and Queen of England.
Oh.
I'm Prince George. Someday I shall be the Duke of Kent. I must marry someone of royal blood. What are you laughing at? Is it a joke that I tell you I love you, that we can never marry?
Oh, no, I'm laughing, dearest, because the joke is on me. Oh, I've been so horribly in love with you. But I, too, thought we could never marry, because I, too, must marry someone of royal blood. My father, too, is a king, and like you, I was here under an assumed name. You see, I'm really the Princess Marina of Greece.
Princess Marina?
Yes. Oh, I should like to remember this moment forever and ever. Oh, this night is beautiful. The music's beautiful. What is that they're playing?
Something new by Noel Coward. It's my favorite piece. It's called I'll see you again.
I think it's lovely. Now it's our favorite piece. I shall remember this night always when I hear it.
And so, the son of the King of England was married to the daughter of the King of Greece. In the years that followed, they had 3 children. He became the Duke of Kent. And as the storybooks always end each love story, they lived happily ever after. That is, they lived happily ever after until 2 weeks ago when he was killed. Killed in an airplane crash while flying for the RAF. When the Duke of Kent died, he left behind him a letter addressed to his wife, a letter which has never been made public, but which we read publicly for the first time tonight by special permission of the official British Ministry of Information. And the letter read, "Darling, when you receive this letter, I will be dead. For I've left instructions that only if I am killed in the service of my country is this letter ever to be delivered to you. When our children become old enough, tell them that when the war came, their father fought for a cause that he believed right and died like an Englishman. You and I have lived happy years together. I'll always remember the first day I met you. We were partners in a tennis match, and that night we heard a melody that became our favorite. I recall it to you now because its title expresses so clearly the thought that's in my heart. For I know that even though I'm dead, somewhere, somehow, I'll see you again." Thanks to the official British Ministry of Information for special permission to read this letter to America tonight. Reel 5, Don Hancock.
What's doing tomorrow? You going to the doubleheader or out to the golf matches? Well, whichever you prefer, it's a cinch you want to see some championship play. And likewise with shave creams, because no matter which type of shave cream he prefers, every man wants a championship shave. And that's why brushless shavers are switching to Colgate Brushless, the brushless shave cream of champions. One no-brush cream made especially for men with dry, sensitive skins. You see, Colgate Brushless Shave Cream doesn't dry out, stays moist and active clear through your shave. And you can forget about taut, irritated skin, because Colgate Brushless Shave Cream lets you shave close as you like, yet leaves your face feeling comfortably cool and pliant. So for championship no-brush shaves every day, switch to Colgate Brushless, the brushless shave cream of champions. Get Colgate Brushless Shave Cream from your druggist tonight. And now back to Bill Stern.
Reel 6. Our Colgate Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. Exclusive, New York City. In case of an air raid, Madison Square Garden will immediately be turned into a hospital. Exclusive. The baseball big shots don't dare deny this. There will be no minor league baseball next year if the war is still on. Hollywood, California. Babe Ruth will not play himself in a picture, The Life of Babe Ruth. Hollywood says, quote, he is not the type, unquote. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. Next week, we'll be back same time, same stations with another Colgate Sports Newsreel. And until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. And now, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, had lots to say. He told you tell all your zeros the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Saturday. Colgate.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with This Can't Be Love. The other night, some friends of mine were arguing as to whether first impressions or last impressions are the more important. Well, I say last impressions, at least when it comes to mealtime. For I think it's the dessert you're most likely to remember. And if that dessert is Jell-O, believe me, the memory is a mighty pleasant one. For Jell-O is so temperingly good to look at and so deliciously good to eat. Those 6 glowing colors are cheerful and gay, and those 6 delicious flavors are filled with extra rich fruit goodness. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Every one tastes as inviting as the real ripe fruit itself. That's why everybody enjoys Jell-O. That's why it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. So remember, look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was This Can't Be Love, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who, after lying flat on his back for 3 days with a bad cold, threw off the covers and said, "Good heavens, it's Sunday. The show must go on."
Them was my words, exactly.
So now we bring you that heroic personality, that rugged thespian, that grand old trooper, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, that red-nosed flugee with a sniff. And, Don, just as you say, I deserve a lot of credit for coming down here tonight. No matter how an actor feels, his first duty is to his public.
Oh, you're right, Jack, and I'm mighty proud of you.
Why, Don, I've always been like that. I remember one time when I was playing vaudeville in Peoria, Illinois. And even though I had hay fever and I was following the Goldenrod Trio, I went on and did that show just the same.
Well, that was a real test, Jack.
But no kidding, Don. For the last 3 days, I've been a pretty sick boy. And if it hadn't been for my physician, Dr. Jerome Schmink, I doubt that I'd be here today.
Dr. Schmink? Why, Jack, I know him, but he's not a physician. He's a chiropodist.
A chiropodist?
Yes.
Oh, well, that explains it.
Explains what?
Well, the minute he came into my room, he said, "Open your mouth, say ah, and take off your shoes." Now I understand.
Well, how was he, Jack? Did he take good care of your cold?
Well, Don, my cold isn't completely cured, but my corns feel wonderful. Anyway, I should have known he was a foot doctor. When he went to take my pulse, he had his watch in one hand and my ankle in the other. Well, I guess we all make mistakes.
Hello, hero. How's the brave little soldier tonight?
Well, I wouldn't joke about it, Phil. My illness was much more serious than you think.
It was, huh?
Yes. My doctor told me that if my cold was one germ worse, I'd have found out if angels have dirty faces.
You mean you'd have found out if the devil was a sissy?
Listen, Phil, if you were as sick as I was, you wouldn't be clowning about it tonight, believe me.
Well, I know you were sick. I came to visit you, didn't I?
Sure you did. You knew I had a cold, so you figured I'd have a bottle of whiskey around. That's why.
Yeah, and that was some stuff you had, too. Wow.
Yeah, what was the matter with it?
I took one drink and my inlays did the Lambeth walk.
Well, it serves you right. And incidentally, Phil, I want to thank you very much for the lovely gift you sent me. That was sweet.
Yeah, wasn't it?
What was it, Jack?
Well, I happened to tell Phil I was sick as a dog, and he sent me a can of kennel ration.
Kennel ration?
Yeah, I didn't mind that so much, but Rochester made me an omelet out of it. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Is your cold better?
Not much, Kenny. But as weak as I was today, I jumped out of bed, grabbed a taxicab, and rushed down here to the studio. And why did I do it?
I don't know. Is it because you're a ham?
No, and don't be so fresh. And another thing, Kenny, at least you could have come to see me while I was sick.
Well, yeah, Kenny, you should have gone there just for laughs.
What laughs?
Now, Phil.
When I went up to see Jack, he was wearing a nightgown.
A nightgown? Gee.
Well, certainly I was wearing a nightgown. It creeps up around my neck where my cold is and keeps me warm. There's nothing wrong with that.
You should have seen him, fellas. He looked like old Mother Hubbard.
Phil, one more crack out of you, and I'll go to the cupboard and tear up your option. I was talking to Kenny, so you keep out of it.
Oh, boy. I bet you were a riot in your nightgown.
Yeah, Kenny, if you'll come out of your hysterics for a minute, I'd like to ask you who won that Thanksgiving turkey you were selling tickets on last week.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
Oh, a fellow by the name of Baker. Kenneth L. Baker.
Oh, I see. Just a racket, huh? You sold me a ticket and gypped me out of 50 cents. You know what that means?
Yes, Barnum was right.
Tomorrow, when you get your check, think of Barnum. You know, Kenny, I'm really surprised you, of all people. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. How do you feel?
Mary, you can't possibly realize what an effort it was for me to come to work today. I was in a very critical condition.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. Here you were sick in bed for 3 days, and you wouldn't even hire a nurse.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I had a nurse, and you know it.
A fine nurse.
Well-
All you did was paint a red cross on Rochester's coat.
Well, Mary, I would have had a regular nurse, but I just couldn't find the right one.
Well, of course you couldn't.
What was wrong, Mary?
Jack wanted a Cuban girl so he could get free rumba lessons.
Oh, Mary, don't try to get laughs out of my illness. Yeah, I hardly slept a wink all week.
Well, how could you with all those silver dollars in your mattress?
Well, you can all kid about my sickness, but it was lucky for me that Rochester knows something about medicine. He was the only one who thought of putting a mustard plaster on my chest.
Is it still there?
Yes.
Say, Jack, did he save your chest before he put the plaster on?
No, he didn't. Why?
Oh, brother, I hope I'm there for the unveiling.
Say, that's right. Darn that Rochester. Now, how am I going to get this mustard plaster off?
Oh, I'll help you, Jack. It'll only take a minute.
No, not now, Don.
Oh, I've done this a lot of times. Now unbutton your shirt.
Well, okay.
This may hurt a little, Jack.
Oh, go ahead, Don. I can take it. You're dealing with a he-man.
He-Man? Hey, Mary, you want to hear something?
What?
When I went over to see Jack, he was wearing a nightgown.
I know. He borrowed it from me.
Now, Mary, you promised you wouldn't say a word about it.
No kidding, Mary. Was that really your nightgown?
Now, listen.
Sure. Didn't you see the letters ML on it? Mary Livingston.
Well, I'll be darned. Jack told me that stood for men's lingerie.
Oh, keep quiet, you two. I want to get this mustard plaster off. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Now, steady, Jack.
Yeah.
Steady.
Ooh, gee. Ow! Ooh. Take it easy, Don.
Gee, this is more fun than Ocean Park.
Wait a minute, Don. Better not monkey with it.
Say, Jack, let me try it. I can do it so you won't even feel it.
Oh, no, you don't, Phil.
Come on, Jack. Now, it's not going to hurt a bit. Come here.
Well, all right, Phil. But if I feel one thing...
Now, there you are. It didn't hurt a bit.
Didn't hurt? Why, you idiot, you might have killed me.
You better think, Kenny. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, look at me. There isn't a hair on my chest.
The tattooed lady is gone, too.
It is? Darn you, Harris. I'll have to be redecorated.
Bells were ringing, birds were singing, yet my heart was lonely, till I found you were so near me in my reverie. How long
That was My Reverie, sung by Kenny Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Ooh, my chest still hurts. Darn you, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before introducing our play, I would like to announce that next Sunday night we are going to do our broadcast from Radio City, New York. And the whole gang of us are going to be there. And aren't we, fellas?
We are. I don't know about you.
Oh, I'll be there. Gee, it's going to be nice to see New York again.
But, Jack, if you've got such a bad cold, what are you going to New York for? I understand they're having pretty bad snowstorms back there.
Makes no difference, Don. I've got to be there next week.
Well, what's all the rush about? What's so important?
There's a sale at Macy's.
That's not the only reason I'm going. I've got an appointment with a big New York producer. You know, fellas, the Shakespearean cycle is on again in New York. And, no, really, and this producer, he wants me to appear in Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet?
Yes.
You couldn't be a flower pot on the balcony.
Well, Phil, whether you like it or not, that's the play I'll probably do on Broadway. And I'm quite positive I'm going to be Romeo.
With my nightgown, you could be Juliet.
All right. You wait till next week. You'll see. And now, folks...
Oh, boy, New York. Say, I haven't been there in 2 years.
2 years, huh?
Yeah. Say, I bet the Empire State Building is wearing long pants now.
Yes, Kenny, and the Chrysler Building just had pups. And now, folks...
I don't know anything about pups, but I do know that men, women, and children are crazy about Jell-O. It's tempting, economical, and easy to make, so look for the big red letters on the box.
Don, that's positively amazing. When you started out, I didn't even suspect that you were going to talk about Jell-O.
You didn't?
I did.
Well, it just goes to show you. But what, I don't know. And now, folks, we must go on with our play. This being the climax of the football season, tonight we will bring you our annual drama of the Gridiron, entitled Hold That Line, or One Moment, Please. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous football coach. Kenny Baker will be right end, Phil Harris left end, and Don Wilson will be the backfield.
Now, hold on a minute, Jack. Hold on, Jack. When the whistle blows, the backfield has to spread out.
Well, you've been doing all right up to now. Now, let me see.
Say, Jack, am I going to be in the football play?
Yes, Mary, you're going to be a beautiful co-ed watching the game way up in the grandstand.
Oh, no. I want to be down on the field where the dialogue is.
Well, I don't know, Mary. We let you in the game last year, and every time the players went in a huddle, they came out with lipstick on. Now, you can't play.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you got a fat chance of winning the game without Butch Livingston.
Oh, all right, Butch, but if you're going to play, take off that silly hat. Lest the cheering section give you the Bronx salute. You ought to see this one, folks. It looks like a plate of borscht. It's even got 2 potatoes in it. And now, folks, while we all get into our uniforms, Phil Harris and his uneducated collegians will play... Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is your nurse talking.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I was a little worried, so I thought I'd call up and see how you're feeling.
Well, that's very thoughtful, Rochester. I'm feeling fine.
You are? My.
Well, what's the matter? What are you my-mying about?
Oh, nothing. See you later, boy.
Now, wait a minute. Why were you surprised when I told you I was feeling fine?
Well...
Well, what?
You know that cough medicine I've been giving you all week?
Yes, what about it?
You ain't never gonna have dandruff in your stomach.
Good heavens, Rochester, did you give me that hair tonic? I told you 1,000 times to read the label.
I told you 1,000 times I can't read.
Well, you should get glasses.
That ain't gonna help any.
Well, never mind that. I'll see you tonight. So long.
So long, boy.
Hey, wait a minute. You know that mustard plaster you put on me this morning?
Yes.
Well, I had an awful time getting it off. Why didn't you shave my chest first?
Shave you?
Yes.
Look, boss, I don't mind being a butler, a chauffeur, and a nurse, but when I get a razor in my hand, it's for defensive purposes only.
I'll take this up with you tonight. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute, boss. Am I going to New York with you?
Yes, Rochester, you're going.
Hold everything, Harlem. Here comes your sun-kissed orange blossom.
All right, go get excited. Goodbye. How do you like that, fella? Isn't that awful? I've been drinking hair tonic all week.
Well, that won't hurt you. Look at my guitar player. He's the picture of hell.
Yes, but if you ever take that stool out from under him, watch out. Go ahead and play, Phil. We've got a long sketch to do. That was Girlfriend of the Whirling Dervish, played by a boyfriend of anyone who's got a girlfriend. And now for our football play, Hold That Line. The scene is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of Toboggan Slide, Indiana. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. The coach is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain music. Now listen, men. In this last half, we got to get in there and fight. Don't be discouraged. Why, that other team are a bunch of spineless jellyfish. Why, they're yellow.
Yeah, but we're black and blue.
Oh, let's not get technicolor. Now listen, men. We've never won a game from Meatball Tech, but today it's a cinch.
What do you mean a cinch? The score is 65-0 in their favor.
Well, we're still young, aren't we? Now, we can win this game if you guys will put a little pep into it, especially you, Harris. In the second quarter, you had a marvelous chance for a touchdown, and you stopped right in the middle of the play to comb your hair. What was the idea?
Well, I want to look good in the newsreel.
Oh, you do, eh? And incidentally, I hate show-offs. The next time you get the ball, run with it. Don't truck on down.
Well, I got rhythm.
Never mind. And you, Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry about that one fumble, Coach.
One fumble? I thought you were playing drop the handkerchief. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
You're a great help, too. In the last play, you were penalized 15 yards for holding.
Well, he was handsome.
Handsome, eh? I wouldn't care if he was Clark Gable. We're playing football.
Gee whiz, Coach, I'm doing the best I can.
I'll say you are. We haven't played a team this fall that you haven't given your phone number to.
Well, it's a long winter.
Fine bunch of athletes.
Hey, Coach.
What do you want, Baker?
You remember when I was running past the 40-yard line and I dropped the ball?
Yes.
Then I picked it up and dropped it again?
Yes.
And then I picked it up?
Yes.
And then I dropped it again?
Well, what about it?
Wasn't that aggravating?
It certainly was. And incidentally, Baker, what's the idea of playing football in a sailor suit?
I thought it might rain.
Oh. Well, I'm not taking any chances in the second half. I'm going in the game myself.
Hooray!
Okay, man, now let's get out in the field and give them a real game. Wait a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Butch.
Okay.
Maybe it's an offer to play Notre Dame.
Oh, Jack, this wire's from New York. It's from the Acme Hotel on 14th Street.
14th Street, huh? What does it say?
It says, can offer you excellent accommodations during your stay in New York. Rate $6 a week. Bath on every floor. Just follow the arrow.
Well.
Can give you a lovely room overlooking a tomcat.
Tomcat?
Above rate includes a continental breakfast consisting of a New England boiled dinner.
Oh, I see.
Signed, Anxious.
That sounds attractive. $6 a week. But it's really too far from everything. You know?
Hey, Coach, what about the football game?
That's right. Now remember, men, let's get out in that field and fight. We'll win this game, or my name ain't Flash Benny.
Here we are, folks. The score is 65-0, and the second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team. Flatfoot is going to kick off the Meatball, and the crowd is on pins and needles.
Don't they have seats here?
Shut up.
And there's the whistle. They're lining up. Flash Benny is about to kick off.
On your toes, man.
He's running toward the ball, and there's the kick.
Darn it, I forgot to blow it up. Give me another ball, fellas.
Here's the watermelon, Coach.
I don't want that. We haven't used a watermelon since we played Alabama. Hey, Wilson, give me that ball you've got.
Oh, no, it's mine, and I want to kick it.
All right, you big baby. I hope you stub your toe. Baker, you hold the ball for the kick.
Okay.
There they go, folks. A new ball is being held in place by Baker. Big boy Wilson is about to kick off, and here comes the kick. Wow, what a kick!
Gee, that ball looks awfully big.
That's me.
Penny, come down here.
Wilson missed the ball and kicked Baker. Meatball receives Baker on their own 40-yard line.
That's your fault, Wilson.
What's this? It's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers the ball. Take it away, field.
All right, fellas, we got the ball. Now, here's our chance to pay off the mortgage and get our dean back from the finance company.
Let him stay there.
That's a fine spirit. Now, listen, Wilson. When the ball is snapped to me, I'll throw it to Harris. He'll pass it to you, and instead of going through center, you run around your own end. What are you laughing at?
You better take lunch. It'll be a long trip.
Never mind that. We'll try this play for a touchdown. Now get in there, Harris, and give those signals.
I'm sorry, Coach, I forgot them.
Forgot the signals?
So did I.
Fine thing. What do we do now?
Let's change partners and dance.
No, that won't do. I know. I'll call the signals myself. Come on, men. This is our one big chance.
They come out of the huddle. They're lining up now. Flash Benny is at quarter.
All right, men. Signals. 1 for the money, 2 for the show. I'll take the ball, and away we go. I got it.
Benny has the ball. He passes it to Wilson. Wilson fumbles it, and Benny recovers, and there goes Benny down the field. What a burst of speed. Look at him. Wow.
Oh, my chest.
Wow, can that boy run? Look at him go. 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards. And here comes Seabiscuit. They're turning for home. It's Seabiscuit in front by a nose. Four Admiral second by a length and a half. And here comes Benny on the outside. They're in the stretch. It's going to be a driving finish, folks. Seabiscuit and Benny are neck and neck. They're nose to nose. Benny sticks out his tongue, but it doesn't help. And here comes a white horse on the outside. Hi-ho, Silver! Oh, what excitement! And here's the finish, folks. It's the Lone Ranger first by a length and a half. The Giant second. Benny third. And Louis the 14th.
Ah, what a game, folks. What a program.
What a waste of time.
You said it. Play, Phil.
If you want your husband to take you to the movies after dinner tomorrow night, here's a dessert that is guaranteed to put him in a swell good humor. It's the new Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding, and it's a dish your whole family will go for. For Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding has that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. It's rich and creamy with a tempting taffy color and a flavor that's mellow and smooth. It's a treat from your first spoonful to your last, and it's only one of 3 new treats, 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, made from real vanilla, delicate, creamy, and delicious. And Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, rich and chocolatey. All 3 bring you real homemade goodness, for they're made with the same fine, wholesome ingredients you'd use yourself right in your own kitchen. And all 3 are amazingly quick and easy to prepare with just a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are in every package. Buy 3 packages at a time. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O Butterscotch, Vanilla, and Chocolate Pudding.
The last number of the 9th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Radio City, New York.
Say, Jack, you better buy some galoshes. You better buy some galoshes. You know it's snowing in New York.
Oh, I won't need them. I'll have Rochester carry me piggyback. Good night, folks.
Jell-O.
This Can't Be Love is from the boys from Syracuse. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn Leroy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne, All-American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Knute Rockne. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Knute Rockne All-American, you will hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Knute Rockne was a good deal more than just a coach to his players. So there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play, letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch. where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act One of Knute Rockne, All American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockne and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Knute Rockne grew up. Like other boys of his age, Knute was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knute was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Martha, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Good evening, Papa.
Ah, here he is now, Lars. Knute, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's called football.
Knute, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Tell him, spiel it. Wer schlägt Spiel, als die Sonja Drachenanesier?
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knute Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knute was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Knute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Knute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh,
Knute, you have only one more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No. You have a definite talent for science, Knute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Nolan.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Knute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Knute.
No, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My word won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
But you see, I promised Gus...
He promised Gus. Knute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Knute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling it would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Knute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little. You know.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
Right at you.
That's the stuff.
How do you say we rest a while, huh?
Yeah, it was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
Yeah, if you'd stop mooning around Bonnie's skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who said so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, This game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance. Don't you see that?
It's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those Eastern teams, like the Army, are all power. Knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major threat of its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're at quarterback. I'm at end. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Knute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie. Not till next Christmas vacation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Knute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call the romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back, like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Well, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Knute. And now, they...
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Cut it out now, will you? Cut it out, I said, fellas. Let me down, will you? I feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Knute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Oh, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job. Or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job, and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Knute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
Oh, but it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. You don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Knute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Knute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Knute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy, always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Knute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lab, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockne speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Knute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Bonnie. The baby. It's here. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie.
Honey. Don't yell. I just got Billy to sleep.
Oh. You want to put this stuff in my hair, Bonnie?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was bear grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote's the best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half-bald.
No, I know, but Bonnie, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right
That's
there.
the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets? Places to go? Pick out one you like.
Oh, Knute. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches' conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn him in for a new set.
All right. Come on. Get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like, say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
Oh, I know. I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Come here a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my dish.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself in a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. Other way, come here. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
See, kidding me. Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gipp. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs, the left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're not quitting, are we? What's up over there? I don't know.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gipp, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gipp has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
Line up, boys. All right, I'll take it.
Take goals. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight!
Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him.
Go ahead, Gipp. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
The boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27. Michigan State, 0. Notre Dame, 23. Nebraska, 9. Notre Dame, 14. Northwestern, 7. Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of him.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bonnie. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Knute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our 2 boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockne, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipp. I've taken care of babies and football players for years.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. They get one of your profile?
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you. Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you, too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George has a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here to the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. The season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. Mm-hmm. You're all right. Come on. Get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Isn't there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Waller Camp. You've been named as fullback on the All-American team.
Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock.
No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella.
I haven't got a complaint in the world. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only, Rock, someday, when the team's up against it, things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper?
I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of Knute Rockne All-American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New Quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux, please. Lux, 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 Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new Quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new Quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made New Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2 to 1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? Doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's New Quick Lux 2 to 1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose new Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Knute Rockne All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne. Someday, Knute will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knute found that place, not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching. Turning out great teams for Notre Dame. Turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Lettermen, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. I'll expect you to work hard, but I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can, but you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Army, 0. Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
That clock says 1:15. Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockne.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knute will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockne, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie!
There he is.
Bonnie, I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knute, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. Chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knute.
Chorus girls?
At your age, Rock?
No, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen, please.
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there at left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step, then a hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set? Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29, hip.
Careful.
Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the ship like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it. Hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know, you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Stilder, you're moving too slow. Whole point of the shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
Yeah, I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. It's made to order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. And if it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. Come on. Faster.
What is this new miracle that Rockne has wrought? This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockne's symphony. For this ship is music, the music of a master's hand. Knute Rockne, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the 4 horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Struder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I've packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing, Rock?
Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
I'd like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break the 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say. That's right, Coach. Boys, this is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the 4 horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat Army 27.
Notre Dame, 0.
Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
But the students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Knute?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. Oh, I was too cocky, had a swell head, thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me. Because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Knute. There's always next year.
Bonnie, I don't even want to get off the train. We'll face them tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend. South Bend.
This is it, Knute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockne. Rush off, sir?
Well, Knute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like... Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Maybe you folks didn't understand the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We've still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Ma, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Didn't you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Knute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Knute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Knute Rockne All-American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux suds.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters. New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux Care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, new Quick Lux is safe for everything, safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Knute Rockne, All-American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knute Rockne system, but his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, Hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yes. I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear Knute, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the Rockne Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there that says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. Just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? To sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I've never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. Oh, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
Well, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. It's my leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
Oh, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the boys...
I don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
It looks like an Army day. Score at the end of the half. Army 6.
Notre Dame 0.
Here's rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipp. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Football scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. The public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Knute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockne, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockne?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockne, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockne, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockne, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockne, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact in my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now, we, these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that flaccid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. They've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy. Northerners aren't cold. Middle Westerners aren't hicks. Californians aren't big and dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is. And in that process, they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor. I don't know how you would grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in, say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself?
Oh, Knute, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 70. Couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. You know, the day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockne?
Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knute?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me. Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockne. I'll send it right away.
They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers for the Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is Knute Rockne.
We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knute Rockne might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady's School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knute Rockne has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knute Rockne, born 1888, died 1931. He'll never be forgotten, for his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stuhldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser and Mal Elwood, Purdue, Jim Phelan, Washington, Buck Shaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bowdoin, Gus Doré, Detroit, Clipper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Marty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
And so we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Knute Rockne, All-American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone. But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Oh, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux Flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Knute Rockne live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Knute Rockne on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you were a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Knute Rockne's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Crazy.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
You can't run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in until late in the game. Coach was, well, he was desperate. He'd used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against a Knute Rockne team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91.
Hey! No, not football. I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a sink for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Forrest Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Knute Rockne, All-American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest. And Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Thanksgiving weekend. Each year at this season, the good citizens of Summerfield make a pilgrimage of some 30 miles to witness the annual football classic between State University and the Aggies. And in the whole of Summerfield, there is no one more determined to go this year than Gildersleeve's nephew, Leroy. For weeks, he has been hammering away at it.
Hey, Unc, if I do the dishes tonight, can I go home? Can I? How about it? Can I? No.
No, Marjorie.
Nobody asked you.
Uncle Mort, if he goes to that game, I shall just die.
Oh, why?
Because Marshall's coming home for the weekend, and he's taking me. And all Leroy wants to do is spy on us.
Boy, that's a cheap thrill. You think I'd be looking at you when I can be watching a football game?
Uncle Mort, don't let him go. You can't. You simply can't.
Now, my dear, I think that's for me to decide.
That's telling her.
I don't see why Leroy hasn't just as good a right to go to the game as you.
You hear that?
After all, I think you might consider his side of it, too.
Yeah, how about considering my side of it?
You stay out of this.
But, Uncle Mort, this is my only weekend with Marshall since he went away to school. We want to be alone.
Alone? They go to a football game to be alone.
Now, Leroy.
I suppose you'd like everybody else in the stadium to get up and leave. 20,000 people.
Leroy.
I rest my case.
Well, what about it, Uncle Mort?
I shall think it over.
Oh, say yes, please. I'll pay you if you will. I'll give you all the money I've got in my bank.
I'm not subject to bribery, my boy.
Well, I'll do anything you say. Anything at all. How about it?
I told you I shall think it over.
Well, for cat's sake, how long do you have to think?
There are two sides to this question, my boy, as there are to most questions. Now, from Marjorie's point of view, I can see why she wouldn't want to have you tagging along.
thank goodness.
From your point of view, Leroy, I can see that this game means a great deal to you.
More than anything in the world, I guess. Except you, Unc.
Yes. Well, the only thing I can see to do about it...
Yeah?
I hate to say this, but the only thing I can see to do about it is to take you myself.
You mean you?
Yes, my boy. Much as I dread it, I'll take you to the football game.
Yay! You hear that, Marge? Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, good evening, Bertie.
Is that you, Unc?
Yes, it's me.
Hey, did you get them? Did you get the football tickets? I was a good boy today, Unc. I cleaned up my whole room, even my closet. Did you get good seats? Where are we sitting? Unc, you didn't forget them.
No, Leroy, I didn't forget them, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you just the same. They're completely sold out.
Oh, that's a big jip.
I know, my boy. I know exactly how you feel, but we have to learn to take these little disappointments and make the best of them, don't we?
Gosh, if you didn't have to think it over so long, if you'd gone and got on the ball.
I did the best I could. After all, I'm just as disappointed as you are. It means that I can't go to the game either.
Ha! You didn't want to go in the first place.
That's not true, Leroy. I wanted to go very much.
Yeah.
But there's no use crying over spilt milk, is there? There'll be other games. Some other time, perhaps, eh? Leroy? I want you to believe that I tried, my boy. Why, I even asked Judge Hooker to use his influence. Not that I'd give 2 cents for all the influence he's got.
I should have known. I'd never get there. This is just a terrible day, that's all. It's been a terrible day right from the start. Friday's always a terrible day.
Leroy, honey, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, now don't do that.
Let's not give up hope, my boy. After all, there's still Judge Hooker.
Yeah.
Well, you're probably right.
Every time you say you'll take me to a football game, this is what happens.
Leroy, this is the first time I've ever offered to take you to a football game.
Well, it happened, didn't it? I should have known.
Now, Leroy, you're just tired. Why don't you go up and get ready for bed and let Bertie bring your supper to you up there?
I don't want any supper.
Well, later maybe you will. You run along and I'll be up. I got turkey croquettes for supper.
With mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
Okay.
Doorbell, I'll get it.
No, I'll get it, Bertie. Hooker, come in, Judge.
I can't stop, Gildy. I just came by.
Leela, I didn't see you standing back there. Come on in, it's cold.
Well, just for a minute. We're on our way to dinner. I'm taking Leela to a movie afterward.
Oh, so that's why she was busy tonight. You didn't tell me you were going out tonight with the judge, Leela.
I don't tell everything I know. I sort of cut you out there, didn't I, Gildy?
Old goat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Careful, my dear, careful. Come in.
Hello, Marjorie. Hello, Mrs. Ransom. I hope I didn't hurt you. Oh, good evening, Judge.
Marjorie.
Oh, don't you look pretty? Thank you.
Such pink cheeks.
And natural, too. I'll bet you're excited that Marshal Bullard's home.
Oh, he's been home for 2 days. Unky, is it all right if we go skating after supper?
After supper?
It's perfectly safe. There's a big moon out.
I don't know that makes it safe.
Skating in the moonlight. How I'd love to be out there with y'all.
Well, why don't we? We could all make
wait a minute now. Leela and I have a date.
Oh, yes, that. Well, how about tomorrow, then?
But tomorrow's Saturday, Uncle Mort. Marshall and I are going to the game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell him it's all right about going skating tonight, then.
Well, now, wait a minute. I did... Well, all right.
Thanks, Unky. You're a dear.
Yes, yes.
Oh, to be 16 again instead of pushing 30. Football games, skating in the moonlight. I used to love football games. We used to drive up to Atlanta when Georgia played, Georgia Tech. It was such fun. The girls looked all so pretty, and the men were all so handsome.
Yeah.
There'd be parties at all the fraternity houses after the game, and a dance at the big hotel there in the evening, and driving back by moonlight.
Come on, Leela. I think it's time we were getting along.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is.
Oh, that reminds me, Gildy. I almost forgot what I stopped here for. I got you that pair of football tickets you asked for.
You got them?
Just leave it to old Judge Hooker. There they are.
Well, that's fine. Are they any good?
Are they any good? Why, they're right smack on the goal line.
I don't know whether to thank you or not. But thanks anyway.
Oh, Throckmorton, don't tell me you got tickets for tomorrow's game.
Huh?
And never even told me about it. Aren't you wonderful?
I might point out it was I who got the ticket.
Oh, but it's the thought that counts.
Yes, but Leela, you...
Oh, I think surprises are such fun, don't you? Now, here I wasn't looking forward to a thing tomorrow except washing my hair. And now, all of a sudden, everything's wonderful.
But, Leela,
Imagine me carrying on about how I love football games and all the time you knew. Throckmorton, you devil, you.
Leela, you don't understand.
Don't understand what?
Well, I wasn't exactly planning to,
You mean you were planning to take some other girl?
No, of course not. Gosh, I'd rather take you than anybody. I would have asked you too, Leela, only I didn't think of it till yesterday, and I suppose by this time you'd... Well, the last time I saw you, you bawled me out for always inviting you places at the last minute.
Throckmorton, honey, it's time you learn never to pay a single bit of attention to anything I say. Ever.
Leela, I don't like to hurry you, but it's time that we were getting downtown.
Oh, yes, we must be going.
Yeah, but wait.
We've got to be going, Gildy. I have a reservation for dinner.
You don't need a reservation at Joe's place.
We're not going to Joe's place. Come on, Leela. For heaven's sake, let's get started.
But we haven't settled this.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'll call you first thing in the morning about the plans and all. Good night, and I think you're alive.
What am I going to tell her when she calls?
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie. Leroy?
Hi. I trust you slept well last night.
You can see that I didn't.
You do look a little so-so. Well, you just sit down and I'll bring you a nice...
Phone.
I'll get it.
Where's your sister, Leroy?
She ate her breakfast and scrammed.
I'm coming.
You mean they've started for the football game already?
I suppose so. Lucky bums.
Mr. Gildersleeve's residence.
I'm afraid I know what this is.
Oh, yes, Miss Ransom he is. It's Miss Ransom, Mr. Gildersleeve, about the game.
Huh?
Ask her if she could hold the wire a minute, Bertie.
He said, could you hold the wire a minute, please? He'll be right here.
Leroy, I want to have a talk with you, my boy.
Okay, shoot.
Swallow that toast and listen. My boy, if by any chance I should be able to get tickets for the game today, mind you, I don't say I can, but if by any chance I should...
Yeah?
And if it turned out that it wouldn't be convenient for me to take you...
What? You promised.
I know, and I'd make it up to you, Leroy, some way. I don't like breaking promises, but if you'd let me off just this once, how about it?
I don't know.
Leroy, please, just this once.
I'd have to think it over.
I'll make it up to you, my boy. I'll do anything you say. How about it?
How you doing, Miss Ransom? Oh, just fine. You'll be right here. Mr. Gildersleeve, she's waiting.
Leroy, stop eating that toast and answer me. I'm sorry, my boy, but I told you I'll do anything if you let me off.
Ought to be a pretty good game. I'd sure like to see it.
Anything, Leroy. Anything at all.
Anything?
Anything.
Okay.
You'll never regret this, my boy. You'll never regret it. I only hope I won't.
Hello, Piggy. Leroy, the kid himself. Boy, oh boy, Pig, have I got Unc where I want him. What a character. You know what he did? He told me right...
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a moment. After a friendly game of bridge the other night, we all dropped into the kitchen to kibitz a bit while Mrs. Lang was preparing some sandwiches. And as she was spreading the bread with parquet, one of the guests said to me,
So that's the parquet margarine I hear you talking about, John, on the Gildersleeve show.
That's the genuine article, the one and only parquet margarine.
Well, if it's as good as you say it is,
Well, the best way to find out is to taste it right now. Here we are. The first sandwiches are ready.
Thank you.
Now, there's flavor for you. Flavor that's fresh and sweet. Am I right?
It's delicious.
It's the fine, wholesome farm products that make parquet taste so good. And you know, friends, you'll have the same satisfying taste experience the very first time you spread parquet margarine on bread, toast, rolls, pancakes, and waffles. I'm sure you'll agree with the millions who prefer parquet margarine, that it's still unmatched for flavor. And it costs so little to enjoy parquet. Only about half the price of costly spreads. That's Parkay. Parquet margarine. Made by the Kraft Foods Company. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. With a blonde on one arm, a buffalo robe over the other, and a brand new bucket hat perched on his head, Gildersleeve looks the complete American college boy, 20 years out of college. We join him now as he and Leila Ransom stroll past the State University campus toward the stadium where the big game is soon to begin.
Aren't we having fun, Throckmorton?
Yeah, you bet.
You know something? Walking around a college town like this makes me feel like I'm 18 again.
Oh, you look 18, Leila. And I'll tell you something else. I don't feel a day over 22. Let's skip, I dare you.
Oh, Throckmorton, with all these boys and girls going by.
What do we care? Come on, let's skip.
It's Marjorie and Marshall Bullitt. Yoo-hoo!
Well.
I saw you up ahead there, Unky. Hello, Mrs. Ransom. You remember Marshall, don't you?
Indeed I do. It's nice you could come home for the holiday, Marshall.
Thanks. How are you, Mrs. Ransom? Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just fine, my boy.
Unky, where did you get that bucket hat?
This hat? Well, I got it at the Summerfield men's toggery. What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. It just looks kind of collegiate.
That's not what the college men are wearing this year, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's immaterial to me, son. I needed a hat in case of rain.
Well, I think he looks very cute in it. Although if you pulled it a little farther forward.
Like this?
It was better the other way.
It's nuts.
Marshall, I do believe you've grown just in the few months you've been away.
Put on 15 pounds. Been playing a little football.
Oh, speaking of football, shouldn't we be...
You seem to be in such a hurry, Throckmorton. Why don't we all go somewhere and have a bite to eat first?
Well, Marjorie and I are going over to the Beta Newhouse for lunch. That's my father's fraternity.
Well, you kids go on and have lunch. Maybe we'll see you at the game.
Look for us, Unky. Marshall got seats right on the 50-yard line.
The 50? Well, we're not far from there. See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
I wish we didn't have to sit way down by the goal line, Throckmorton.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But it's pretty late. I wonder how that Bullard kid got seats on the 50.
I suppose he got them through his father.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, by George, I'll go to the box office and tell them who I am. Don't worry, Leila. We'll wind up with the best seats in the place. Pardon me, madam. I'd like to exchange these seats, please. They're in the section 32. I'd like something on the 50-yard line. Yes, very funny. Perhaps you didn't understand me. I want to exchange these tickets for a pair on the 50-yard line.
Oh, run along, buddy. Nothing doing.
Wait a minute. It just so happens I'm a public official. I'm the water commissioner down in Summerfield.
Water? I hear it's good to wash in.
Don't get smart. Are you going to sell me tickets or not?
Look, we've been sold out since the 10th of September. Now beat it.
Then why are you open?
For next year.
Oh! Wise guy ought to report him. Why don't you look where you're going?
Say, buddy, you really want 2 and a 50 like you said?
I sure do. Have you got 2?
Not so loud.
Oh?
50-yard line, 35th row. And, seeing it's so late, well, I'll let you have them for $20 apiece.
Why, that's robbery.
$20 apiece? Pardon me, mister. I thought you were a big shot.
Oh, I am. Here, give me the tickets. Being a big shot is kind of expensive.
Look, honey, the band down there on the field. They're getting ready to spell out something.
Say, look at those uniforms. Welcome, Aggies. Pretty clever.
Throckmorton, aren't we having fun?
You bet. Why don't the teams quit practicing? They've been practicing all season. Let's start the game.
Oh, let me see the program for a minute, Throckmorton. My, look at this picture of the state captain. Isn't he handsome?
Tom Lingenfeller. Certainly looks dumb.
Oh, but look at those shoulders. My.
Probably wearing shoulder pads. I'll tell you something else. A lot of these football players aren't as strong as they look. The Army had to reject the whole flock of them.
I suppose so. But, of course, a girl looks at these things a little differently from the Army. There's Marshall.
Marshall where?
Down there, just 2 rows in front of us. Yoo-hoo! Hi there.
Oh, why, he's got his arm around Marjorie. Hey there, what do you think you're doing?
Throckmorton.
Cut that out, young man. I'm watching you. And don't grin at me like that.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Throckmorton. What harm is there in the boy putting his arm around in a public place like this?
Don't tell me it feels just the same in public as it does anyplace else.
Does it really?
You know darn well it does.
Mercy, how would I know?
There, how's that? Marjorie, turn around and watch the game. Third down. This time it looks like they're going to try a pass.
How can you tell, Throckmorton?
By the formation. When one fellow stands back like that.
Was that a pass?
No, it was a punt. They should have passed, though. If they keep punting all afternoon, I don't know how they expect to score.
Is it still 0-0?
Certainly. There they go. Oh, an in run. Stopped him dead in his tracks. That fellow couldn't run around a mailbox.
Oh, what's that whistle for, Throckmorton?
Just stalling for time. Come on, quit stalling down there and play football.
Throckmorton, people are looking at
Let them look.
They're not stalling, mister. Elfland broke his leg on that last play.
Oh.
Oh, isn't that awful? Look, they're carrying him off. The poor boy.
Stample must have been in bad condition. I told you these football players weren't so husky. Hey, you cold, Leela?
I'm perfectly comfortable, thank you.
That's funny. I'm cold.
Well, to tell you the truth, every time you start to hold my hand, Marshal Bullard turns around and laughs at me.
Oh, he does, eh? That young smart
now,
aleck.
Throckmorton, he's just a child. Although I must say he seems much better looking than when he went away. Don't you think he is?
I'm watching the game, Leela. 2nd and 10. Maybe they'll try a pass this time. Through the line.
How can you tell, Throckmorton? I couldn't see a thing on that play.
When everybody falls down, it's a line play. He gained about a foot.
Well, he tried anyhow, and that's what counts.
Never make a touchdown that way, Leela. Now I suppose they'll kick again. There they go. Kick the ball back and forth. After you, my dear Alphonse. After you, my dear Gaston. Why, George, if we don't get some action pretty soon, Leela, I'll go down and complain at the box office. All afternoon they've been playing, and nobody's even tried.
And once again, the ball changed hands in this nip-and-tuck battle between State University and the Aggies.
Oh, boy.
Believe you me, folks, both these teams are playing heads-up football out here this afternoon.
What a game.
They're lining up again now. State's ball on their own 40-yard line, T-formation.
Come on, State, let's get a touchdown this time.
The ball was snapped to Captain Tom Lingenfeller. He gets the ball and...
Come on, Lingenfeller!
Lingenfeller fakes back, takes a line to the left, runs for the hole between right guard and right tackle. He's through. He's away. No, a beautiful tackle came right through and stopped him cold. I tell you, folks, you've never seen football like we're seeing today at Fireman's Field.
Did you hear that, Bertie? Lingenfeller almost got away, but they stopped him cold.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, you want to listen a while, Bertie?
No, thank you, Leroy. You hear your uncle saying anything?
Not yet.
Now it's 4th and 6 for State. Falling back into punt formation. Crowds in the stands are tense as Tom Lingenfelder opens his hands for the ball. He's got it. He kicks.
Back and forth. Nothing happens.
Well, I think it's very exciting, Throckmorton, for a football game. What do you expect?
A pass once in a while. You gods have only tried about 3 and none completed. Hey, Lingenfelder, why don't you try an aerial attack?
Why don't you drop dead?
Oh? Who said that?
I said it.
Oh, you.
Yes, me. These boys are playing swell football, and they don't need any advice from you.
Just a suggestion. Tourist. I paid for my seat, didn't I? I should think that would entitle me to make... Now what? Nothing. You know, Lena, looks like it might rain.
I don't think so, Throckmorton. How can you think such a thing when we're having so much fun?
I don't really think it'll rain. I don't think anything at all is going to happen here this afternoon.
Oh, Throckmorton, honey, I dropped one of my gloves just now. Do you see it anywhere?
Glove? No. Must be down under the seat.
Would you mind looking down there for it? My hands are cold.
Well, if your hands are cold...
Later, darling. But find the glove now for me like a sweet boy, won't you?
Oh, well... Old peanut shells down here. Chewing gum. Leo, what happened? You're jumping up and down on my finger.
Mom, are you still down there?
Here's your glove. What was all that racket?
Somebody threw a pass and Lingenfelder caught it and made a touchdown.
A touchdown? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I was too excited, Throckmorton, and it all happened so quickly.
The only play of the afternoon.
Oh, Unky, wasn't that a beautiful pass?
Oh, yeah, scrumptious.
Throckmorton.
What's the matter?
I felt a drop of rain just then.
Rain, you couldn't have. So did I. It's a cloudburst. What'll we do, Leela?
Maybe it'll stop in a minute. I'll stay if you will, Throckmorton.
Well, I had a slight cold yesterday, and why don't we give up and go home?
I must say, I thought you were more of a sport.
Well, I'm not a sport. Come on, let's get out of here. Pardon me.
What's the matter, mister? No school spirit?
Oh, boo yourself. Soaking wet. Bucket hat. Bucket is right.
Evening, Miss Gildersleeve. Did you have a nice time at the game?
Don't speak of it, Bertie. Don't speak of it.
Well, it's too bad it had to rain. Maybe a little supper will make you feel better.
I even feel like eating. I had a couple of sandwiches half an hour ago.
Well, I'll dish it up anyway.
Unky, is that you? What's the game, Super, Unky?
Super? What game are you talking about, young man?
The State Aggies game, the one you saw. I heard it on the radio. It sure was super.
How do they do it?
Say, Unky, I've decided what I want for a reward for missing it.
Oh, all right, my boy. What is it?
Take me to the state game next Saturday.
Oh, Leroy, anything but that.
The great Gildersleeve will be dropping in at Peavy's drugstore in just a few moments. How are you getting along with your food budget these days? Are your meals pretty expensive? Well, maybe I can give you a little help. There's a very important food you serve at every meal that certainly shouldn't be expensive. And that's the spread you serve with bread, toast, and rolls. Of course, the spread I have in mind is delicious parquet margarine, preferred by millions of families throughout America because it tastes so good. And as for economy, well, it's plain as the price tag in your dealer's store that parquet is only about half the price of costly spreads. And parquet margarine is so nourishing, too. It's one of the finest of all energy foods, and it's fortified with important vitamin A. So for a real value in a quality food that's still unmatched for flavor, buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Peavy, Are you fond of football?
Football, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Do you like the game?
You mean, do I like to play it?
No. Do you like to watch it? Are you a fan?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll tell you how it is about me and football. When I was a young fellow, I lived in Worcester, Massachusetts one year. That fall, I took it into my head to go to the Harvard-Yale game down at Cambridge.
Is all this necessary?
Well, you asked me a question.
I didn't realize you'd have to answer by the way of Worcester, Massachusetts.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you...
No, go ahead, Peavy. You never give a straight answer to a question anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Go ahead.
Well, I've lost the thread now. Why did you want to know if I like football in the first place?
Well, I thought if you did, you might enjoy taking Leroy to the state game next Saturday, if I could get the tickets.
Yeah, so that's it. Mr. Gildersleeve, I am fond of football, but I'm not that fond of it.
Yeah. I might have known you'd be of no use to me. Good night, Peavy. Good night, everybody.
This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Another fine Kraft food product you'll want to add to your shopping list is Kraft Salad Mustard. This creamy golden Kraft salad mustard puts an extra tempting tang into relishes and sandwich spreads, peps up the flavor of deviled eggs, adds extra zest to cheese and meat dishes. And if you like an extra tingle of sharpness, there's another delicious variety in the Kraft line. It's the Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both kinds and please the whole family. Ask for Kraft mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Now when I have a gift to give, I know just what to send. The cigarette that's mild and rich, that happy lucky blend.
Sailors are a fickle lot with gals around the sea, but they are true to Lucky Strike, cause LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, light up a Lucky and enjoy the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. You see, only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So next time, try a carton of Lucky Strike and be happy, go lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday USC and UCLA met in their annual football classic. So let's go out to Jack Benny's house a few hours before the game.
We better hurry, Jack, or we'll miss the kickoff.
Yeah, let's go already. Just a minute. I want to copy the lineups out of the paper.
Here's a pencil, boss.
Thanks.
But, Jack, you can buy a program when you get to the Coliseum.
Why do that when the lineups are right here in the paper? Now, let's see.
Well, it's silly to copy it. Why don't you just cut them out?
Because we have to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Here's UCLA's lineup. Mumo, Narletsky, Flynn, Stroshine, Livingston. Livingston? Mary.
That's Cliff Livingston.
Oh. I thought it was your sister, Babe.
No, Jack. Babe is with the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
I used to play football when I was in high school.
Really, Dennis? What position did you play?
Bent over like the rest of them.
Livingston, Mitchell, Cogswell.
Gee, I'll never forget our big game. I was the quarterback, and there was just a few seconds to play. The score was tied, and we had the ball on their 1-yard line. It was the first down. So I called for the water boy.
What?
While everybody else was drinking, I ran for a touchdown.
But, Dennis, that doesn't count.
I know, I forgot the ball.
But, Dennis, how could...
Wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. I'll take it. Dennis, did you also play football in college?
No.
You're sure you didn't play college football?
No, why?
Well, some years ago in a Rose Bowl game, a player ran 80 yards in the wrong direction, and I thought it might have been you. Now, let's see.
Well, that was my father.
Well, at least I had it in the right family. Now, let's see. I've got the lineup copied. Rochester, don't forget to put the paper back on the Coleman's porch.
Yes, sir.
And did you make the sandwiches?
And I put your Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle like you told me to.
Ovaltine in a whiskey bottle?
When Mr. Bentley takes his 3 o'clock nap, he wants people to think he passed out.
Never mind. Did you pack my binoculars, Rochester?
No, I thought you'd rather carry them. Here.
Thanks.
Jack, when'd you buy those binoculars?
When I got my television set, I used them for watching Faye Emerson. I stopped when she brought Skitch Henderson on. Hand me the basket, Rochester. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel.
Hello, Mr. Bentley. Oh, my, I just dropped by to return this roasting pan you loaned me for Thanksgiving.
Oh, good.
Did you have a nice Thanksgiving dinner, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, it was wonderful. Thanksgiving is the one day in the year that all my wife's relatives gather together, unfortunately at my house.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, you sound a little sarcastic.
Oh, not intentional. I love having all our relatives for dinner, excepting my wife's brother. Is he a glutton?
A big appetite, huh?
Oh, appetite. He eats like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Joking, he said. Mr. Benny. He sat down and had 6 portions of turkey, 3 helpings of cranberry sauce, 8 portions of dressing. To the yams, he went back 4 times. Gravy, you could swim in it, and the rolls, Einstein couldn't count it.
Gosh, I bet he didn't have room for dessert.
That he had first. He wasn't taking any chances.
Oh.
But, Mad, I can't get at him because he and my wife happens to be twins.
Twins? Well, do they look alike?
Fortunately for both of them, no.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, we're going to the football game. Would you like to join us?
No, I'd love to, Mr. Benny, but I want to get home before my brother-in-law leaves.
Why?
He may get sick, and this I got to see. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. What Mr. Kitzel goes through on Thanksgiving.
Hey, Mr. Benny, why didn't you invite us over for Thanksgiving dinner this year like you always do?
Well, I intend to do, Dennis, but I had a little trouble with the butcher.
Well, every time you go to buy something, you have trouble.
Well, this time it wasn't my fault. Turkeys were so expensive that when I started to dicker with the butcher, he got mad, handed me an egg, and said, "Here, take this home, sit on it, and hatch your own turkey." Smart aleck butcher. Turned out to be a duck. 31 days yet. Well, come on, kid. Gee, I ad-libbed that. Well, come on, kids. Let's leave for the game. Huh?
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, which team are you going to cheer for?
UCLA.
Why?
Well, I live in Beverly Hills near the college, so it's the neighborly thing for me to cheer for the UCLA team.
And besides, he washes their jerseys.
Yeah, those grass stains are murder. See, I hope UCLA wins.
Well, I'm going to be cheering for USC.
Who are you going to root for, Dennis?
Notre Dame.
Dennis, Notre Dame isn't even playing.
I know, but this year they need all the cheers they can get.
For a minute, I thought you were going to have a silly reason. Now, come on, let's go out and get in the car, kids.
Say, Jack, those trees on your lawn sure look beautiful.
Don't they, though?
I say, Benita, where's the morning paper?
Oh, my goodness.
If that Benny fellow bonnet...
Dennis, cut that out! What a kid. You know, Dennis, sometimes you're going to...
Hey, Jackson!
Huh?
Jack, it's Phil. Hi, Phil.
Hiya, Livy. What are you doing over here at King Solomon's Mine?
Phil, not so loud. Remember, you're in Beverly Hills.
Stop bragging about it. Someplace it's Beverly Hills.
Why, what's the matter?
I was driving down the street, stuck out my hand to make a left turn, and someone stole the olive out of my martini.
Oh, that's a shame, Phil. And after you took it sightseeing all the way from Encino. Hey, Phil, that's a beautiful car you're driving. Is it new?
Yeah, brand new Cadillac. I bought it for Alice. Thought I'd surprise her.
You? You bought a car for Alice?
Yeah, them joint bank accounts are wonderful.
Phil.
When Alice finds out I learn how to write my name, she'll kill me.
Oh, you know now.
Yeah.
You know how to write, huh? Well, I can't believe it. Go ahead, Phil. Let me hear you spell your name.
Okay. Philaris.
Phil, you left out an R.
Oh, yes. Harisr.
Phil, my only regret is that I have but one band leader to give to NBC.
Say, Phil, we're going to the football game. Why don't you join us?
I'd like to, Liv, but I can't. Well, so long, kids. See you later.
Goodbye,
Bye,
Phil.
Oh, wait, kids. Don't forget to listen to me Monday night. I'm going to be on the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux?
L-O-X.
That's Lux.
Well, that's closer than I got with Harris.
Yeah, closer. So long, Phil. Well, let's go, kids. Is everything all ready, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Let's get in the car, everybody.
Say, Jack, your car looks much nicer.
Thanks, Mary.
You even got new seat covers.
That's the top. It sags a little.
Yeah. Now, come on, Dennis, Mary. Hop in. Go ahead, Rochester. Start the car.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, why is the motor spitting like that?
We can't stand each other.
Oh, stop. Try it again.
Yes, sir.
There we are. The motor was just cold.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Rochester?
I forgot to bring the sandwiches.
Well, it's too late now. Maybe after the game we can stop and get something to eat.
Okay, Jack, but this time let's go to a restaurant instead of a drive-in.
But don't you like drive-ins, Mary?
Sure, but the last time Jack drove into one, the girl put the tray on the door and the car turned over.
It did not. Now, come on, kids. Let's enjoy the ride. By the way, Dennis, what are you going to sing on the program this week?
Oh, it's called All My Love. Would you like to hear me sing it?
Sure, Dennis. That would be nice while we're driving along. Now, go ahead. Go ahead and sing. And wait a minute. Mary, did you drop something?
No.
Then what are you bending over for?
I'm hiding till we pass the May Company.
Well, Well, go ahead and sing, Dennis. Go ahead.
I give you all my love. The skies may fall, my love, but I will still be true. All my sighs will disappear at last. Now that you're here at last, my heart belongs to you. I recall my life, I've waited all my life to give you all my love. Oh, I love you so. Don't you ever let me go. You thrill waited all my life to give you all my love. All my love.
That was very good, Dennis, especially the finish. I never knew you could hit such a high note.
Neither did I. When I came to it, the spring in the seat broke through.
As long as you hit it, that's all. Mary, you can get up now. We passed the May Company.
I'm ducking for the one on Crenshaw.
We passed that one, too. Oh, Rochester, we're getting closer to the Coliseum. You better start looking for a place to park.
There's a parking lot, 25 cents.
Yeah.
There's one, 50 cents.
Keep driving, Rochester.
But, Jack, the lots close to the Coliseum charge $2 for parking.
Well, it's worth it. Look at all the walking it saves. If you want convenience, you've got to pay for it. Rochester, drive into this lot.
The $2 one?
Yes. Come on, kid.
Oh, here comes the attendant.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Joe. How's business?
Very good. I'll bring the money over to your house tonight.
Good. Come on, kid.
Jack, do you own...
Come on. We'll be late for the game. Dennis, don't lag behind.
Oh, I'm coming.
Gee, what a lot of people going to the game.
Jack, maybe you ought to give Dennis his ticket. He may get lost in the crowd.
No, he won't get lost. I've been holding his hand ever since we left the parking lot.
How can you be holding Dennis's hand? He's on the other side of me.
Well, I've been holding... Oh, pardon me, madam.
Oh, that's all right. I rather enjoyed it.
Thank you. Are you going to see the football game?
Oh, yes. My boy is playing today.
Oh, really? What does he play?
The tuba.
The tuba? Oh, he's in the band.
Yes. Maybe you've heard of him. Big Mouth McDonald.
Oh, well, I'll watch for him at the half.
You can't miss him. On low notes, he drools a little.
I'll mind him. Goodbye. Come on, kids, let's hurry. We don't want to miss the kickoff. Say, Mary, these seats aren't bad, are they?
No, they're fine.
Can you see all right, Dennis? Dennis. Now, where is Dennis?
Attention, please. Will Mr. Jack Benny please report to the Lost and Found Department?
I will not. Let him stay there. The last time I take that kid anyplace, every time we go, I always have that trouble.
Jack, look. They're getting ready to start the game.
Yeah, the teams are lining up.
Attention, please. Mr. Benny, will you please come to the Lost and Found Department? He's driving us nuts.
Jack, go get Dennis.
I'm not going to leave now. Here comes the kickoff. Mary, look at that ball go. What a kick. It's going way...
Sorry to bother you, fella, but you're sitting in my seat.
Huh?
That seat belongs to me. Would you mind moving?
Well, you must be mistaken. My ticket says row 72, seat 4. And this is it.
Yeah, well, that's what my ticket says. So if you don't get out of the seat, I'll sit on your lap.
Look, mister...
Come on. Get out of the seat or I'll punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah?
Mary, please. I'll handle this.
Oh, you will, huh?
Mister, let go of my lapel. You don't have to get that excited. Now, wait a minute. I'm sure the usher can straighten it out. Oh, there's one. Oh, usher. Usher. That's all I need. Look, usher, I have a ticket for row 72, seat 4, and this man has a ticket for the same seat. How did that happen?
I don't know, but won't it be cozy?
Never mind that. What are you going to do about it?
Well, if you like, you can sit in seat 6, row 12, on the 50-yard line.
Oh, is that seat vacant?
It ought to be. It's in the Rose Bowl.
Stop being so smart. You are, without a doubt, the most stupid, inefficient, blundering...
When you say that, smile.
Why?
We're on television.
Well, that's the last straw. I've got a good mind to
You lay a hand on me, and I'll pull the cork out of your Ovaltine.
Oh, get out of here. Mary, where's that other man?
He's gone.
Good. Come on, we want a touchdown. We want a touchdown.
Jack, stop yelling. It's time out.
Oh.
Jack, look. The cheering section is getting up.
Oh, yes.
Rah-rah-rah, fight 'em, sis-boom-bop, rock 'em, sock 'em, hey, 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 USC, UCLA.
See, they're rooting for both teams.
Rockies, sis-boom-bop, UCLA, USC, all smoke LSMFT.
Well.
Rock, rah-rah-rah, free and easy on the drop. Light 'em, take a puff. Isn't this some clever stuff?
Now, if you want to win this game, just pass those Luckies more. The odds are always 2-1 that Lucky Strike will score.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
There's Big Mouth McDonald.
When everyone is voting for the player that they like, for All-American full pack, we'll vote for Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Say, Mary, Don Wilson must have had something to do with that.
Jack, they're starting to play again.
Yeah.
All right, get your hot dogs. Get your red hots here. Hot dog.
Mary, you want a hot dog?
No, thanks.
Oh, I'll have one of them, mister.
Yes, sir. One hot dog coming up. Would you like relish?
Relish, yes.
Chopped onion?
Uh-huh.
Mayonnaise?
Yes.
Chili sauce?
Yes.
You'll have to get them someplace else. All I got is mustard.
Just give me the hot dog.
Hey, UCLA's got the ball.
Yeah, look at that Marletsky move. Wow. What a tackle they threw on him.
Jack, look, he's still lying there. Must have knocked the wind out of him.
Get up. The grass is staining your jersey. boys.
Attention, Mr. Benny. Please come and get him. You can't do this to us. How many Irish songs can we listen to?
Jack, you better go and get Dennis.
Oh, all right. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Peanuts, popcorn. Get your hot buttered popcorn here.
Hello, Sonny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. We're doing great.
Good. If you get stuck with any, cry a little. I'll see you later. Now, let's see. Where's the lost and found department? I'll ask this fella here. Oh, pardon me, mister. Can you tell me where the lost and found department is?
No, I'm a stranger here.
Well, I know. Wait a minute. I've seen you before. What's your name?
Savoni. John L.C. Savoni.
Well, Mr. Savoni, don't you remember me?
No.
But you must. Remember one day you stopped me on the street about a year ago, asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave you 50 cents.
Holy smoke, is Jack Benny?
Well, I thought maybe you'd forgotten me.
Oh, no. I tell all my fraternity brothers that you're my friend.
Fraternity? Mr. Savoni, for a college man, what's happened to you?
I'm a poor little lamb that's gone astray.
Now, look. Look, Mr. Savoni.
You're my pal. You can call me John.
Well, thank you. Now, John, you're always short of money. How did you manage to get into the Coliseum?
Well, I'll tell you how it happened anyway. I was walking down the street. I wasn't doing anything. Just walking down the street. I didn't feel like doing anything. Just walking down the street. And a fellow comes up to me and says, "Hey, you." I said, "Who?" He said, "You." I said, "Me?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What do you want?" He said, "You want to buy a ticket to the football game?" I said, "How much you want for the football ticket?" He said, $3. So I gave him the $3 and they came to the football game.
But look, you're always broke. Where'd you get the $3 to buy this ticket?
While we were standing there talking, it got kind of chilly. So I put my hand in his pocket.
Well, at least you gave the man his money back. Did you take anything else?
No, but he gave me his card.
Card? Let me see it. J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover?
Yeah, he made me so nervous.
Mr. Savoni, why don't you get some ambition? Go out and find yourself a job. Settle down. Get married.
Oh, I was married once, but my wife threw me out.
Well, why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I was just hanging around the house. I wasn't doing anything.
I see what you mean, yes. So long, Mr. Savoni.
So long.
Now, see. I wonder
Oh,
where...
Jack.
Huh?
Did you find Dennis?
No, and I'm not going to bother. Come on, let's go back to our seats.
What seats? The game is over.
It is? What was the score?
39-0.
39? Oh, isn't that cute? I'll bet they did that just for me. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, let's take a tour through an art gallery.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Now here's a picture of a pack of rich or lucky strikes. It makes you think of smoking joy and mildness people like.
I'm sure I know the reason why the Mona Lisa smiled. She'd just discovered Lucky Strike, the smoke that's rich and mild.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, be happy, go lucky. Enjoy perfect mildness and rich taste. A happy blending you always get in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. Puff by puff, you'll always find Luckies are milder. In fact, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And puff by puff, you'll always enjoy the full, rich taste of truly fine tobacco because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So next time, try a carton of Lucky Strike and be happy. Go lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Next week, Amos and Andy will be our special guests. John L.C. Savoni was played by Frankie Fontaine. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents T-Formation, starring Bob Hope with Virginia Wells. Joan Leslie is your hostess.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Ever happen to be walking through the woods and come to a place where the road branches into 2 paths and you don't know which to take? You finally decide and go along, wondering where the other path would have brought you. Isn't that the way it is in life? We come to certain crossroads and have to decide which way to go, and often we know, having once chosen, we'll never be able to return and discover where the other path might have brought us. The sad part of it is, so many people seem to take a path that leads to unhappiness. You know, it's at these crossroads in life we need more help than even the good advice of our friends. We need God's help. That's why prayer should play an important part in our lives. And it's so very important, too, when we're making decisions, not only for ourselves, but for those we love, our families. Yes, and a constant consideration is deciding how we want our own family, our children, to grow up. Because for right living, children need not only the guidance of mothers and fathers in a home, they need God and the inspiration of daily family prayer. That's why so many families have learned the importance of praying together. That's why so many families are making prayer a daily family practice.
Joan Leslie will return later in the program. Now, Family Theater presents T-Formation, starring Bob Hope with Virginia Wells.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, O'Sullivan?
Sit down, Bob.
What's the trouble, Coach?
The boys on the team have been complaining about you again.
I won the game for them, didn't I? 3 touchdowns, personally delivered by the greatest running back of the century. That's me, Bob Hopkins, and the boys are complaining.
You're not following orders, Hopkins.
But I'm winning games, Coach. Where would your Boston Beavers be without Bob Hopkins? Quote, the fastest, trickiest, sweetest little hunk of football fury on the American pro gridiron. Unquote. The syndicated columnists love me.
All right, you're good, Hopkins. You're great. But you're only one man on the team.
But what a man, Coach.
You're giving Waller Spencer a rough deal.
Wally Spencer.
Spencer's a good fullback. I want you to give him your cooperation. I want teamwork, Hopkins. Now, in next week's game...
Look, let me worry about next week's game. After all, you're only the coach. And another thing...
Yeah?
This afternoon I hung up 3 touchdowns for you, didn't I? Right? Next week I'm going to make it 4 touchdowns. And I'm going to do it without help from Wally Spencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the T formation again for the Beavers with Hopkins, Spencer, and Carberry ready to tee off. The ball goes back direct from center to Carberry. Carberry is fading back looking for a receiver. If he can throw it to Spencer, Spencer's out in the clear. But no, it's a quick lateral to Hopkins, and Bob is on the loose. He shakes off Frankie Crump, pivots away from Bobby Gill. Hopkins is up to the 45, the 50. He's through the secondary. Bob is cutting over to the right. He's actually avoiding his own interference. Bob is down to the Ramblers' 40. 35, 30. There's nobody ahead of him now but Eddie Lynch of the Ramblers. Bob is down to the 20. Lynch tackles, but misses. There goes Bob over the goal line for his 4th touchdown, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy, the bragging Beaver has done it again.
Congratulations, Bob. Man, what a run. Nice work, Bob, old boy. 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, I could have made more, but the other team has to live, too.
Yeah, but we never thought you could do it. 4 touchdowns against the Ramblers, the toughest team in the league.
Oh, they weren't so tough. One big sissy had rhinestones on his brass knuckles. Where's O'Sullivan? Oh, there you are, Coach. Well, I did it.
I'll say you did it. That last play made my blood run cold.
Well, now you can relax and defrost.
When you went around left end, you failed to follow Spencer. Why'd you cut over toward the right sidelines?
Well, the newsreel cameras were over there. Can you think of a better reason?
I give up. And another thing, all during the last half, you seemed to be upset about something.
Coach, I'll admit I was upset. Every time I carried the ball, I was so far in front of my blockers, I felt like a drum major.
You strutted like one, too.
Only in front of the cameras, Coach. They tell me the rushes are terrific.
Bob! Oh, Bob! Yoo-hoo!
Yes, your shoulder pads are very photogenic. Your girl's calling you.
Yoo-hoo, Bob!
Hi, Aggie. I'll be right with you. Look, Coach, I want to talk to Aggie a minute. I'll see you in the locker room.
All right, but don't stand around and catch cold. Keep your blanket around you.
I'll be a good Indian. Loan me your fountain pen. I may have to sign a few autographs.
Okay. And I want to talk to you after you get dressed. Now run along and make it snappy.
I will, Coach. Well, Aggie, what's a good word?
Oh, Bob, you were wonderful.
That's a very good word.
4 touchdowns.
Well, I said I'd make them, didn't I?
Well, Mr. Hopkins, will you give me your autograph, please? Hope you don't mind.
Don't be silly. What do you think I'm carrying this pen for? There you are.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Hopkins. Goodbye.
There's gratitude for you. I give him one of my best autographs, and he doesn't say a word about my 4 touchdowns.
But after all, you're the great Bob Hopkins. He expected you to make it 4 touchdowns.
Say, he paid me a compliment, didn't he?
Certainly, a well-deserved compliment. That pass you threw in the first quarter was out of this world. 60 yards.
Just a flip of the wrist. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. How did you like what I did today?
You were wonderful.
You said that before.
You were sensational. You'll be all over the sport pages tomorrow.
Listen, Aggie, I'm not satisfied with just making the sport pages. Honey, let's make the front page. Let's get married.
No, Bob. For the 10th, or is it the 20th time? No.
You don't like me?
Bob, I adore you.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I have no vices. Well, I do chew bubble gum, but I'm breaking away from it.
Good.
Aggie, come on, marry me.
No, Bob. You're fun to be with. You're the life of the party, but until you settle down, until you grow up. No, darling, no.
Well, put my application on file, will you?
It's on the top of the stack.
Good.
Oh, Bob! Hey, Bob!
Hey, some fellas over there want my autograph, and I gotta get back to the locker room and shed these football ties. Look, I'll pick you up about 6, huh?
6 will be fine.
We'll go places. Dinner, a show, and around midnight, a special treat for you.
What treat, darling?
Well, we go to the Newsreel Theater and see me run again. watch it, will you? Hey, get over. Will you give a guy room to tie his tie, huh?
Look out, that's my tie you're tying.
It could be. This locker room ought to have another mirror. I think I combed Mardoni's hair. Who's here? Did I put my court plaster on? Never mind. Here's O'Sullivan. Hey, you wanted to see me, Coach?
Yes, Bob. Come on outside where we can talk.
Okay. Coach, I proposed to Aggie again.
And the girls said no.
You listened.
No, I didn't listen. I know Aggie. She's a swell kid, and she thinks you're great, but she doesn't want a clown for a husband.
That's a general idea, huh?
Dress, let's get out of here.
Fresh air. What's on your mind, Coach?
Well, Bob, tomorrow I think we're going to sign up Riley Cooper.
Riley Cooper? That's great, Coach. We need a tackle like Riley to plug up that left side of the line.
He'll come in mighty handy, all right. But here's the rub. We're at full strength now, and we'll have to drop somebody to make room for him.
Yeah, well, I know who you can drop. You should have given him the gate a long time ago. Wally Spencer.
Wally Spencer? You're crazy. He's one of our first-string backs.
He may have been a first-string man 5 years ago, but he's all washed up now.
You don't like him, do you?
You're getting warm, Coach.
You don't kill yourself blocking for him when he carries the ball.
He doesn't run much interference from me either.
What's the matter with you guys?
I just don't like him, that's all.
You're sore at him because he doesn't laugh at your gags.
He's a wet blanket, Coach. Never cracks a smile. He's a has-been, and he knows it.
A has-been? Listen, the name of Wally Spencer still means something to football fans. People still come to see him in action.
More of them come to see me in action. This team's not big enough for both of us, Coach, and as long as you keep Spencer, you're going to have trouble.
Well, I hate to let him go, Hopkins. He hasn't got many more years of football left. This year, maybe next year. That's about all. And the guy has a family.
His family can't run interference for me, can they? Well, get somebody that can. Put Jerry Grant in his place. I'll work with Jerry. I'll be in there charging every time he carries the ball. Jerry will hit the line for me, too.
Bob, I wish you'd try to finish out the season with Wally.
Nothing doing. I'd put up with him as long as I can. Now, you've got a chance to get rid of him, and you better do it. Remember, I haven't signed my next year's contract yet.
Okay, Bob, you win. Wally Spencer's out.
Bob, this has been an evening to remember.
Aggie, I second the motion.
The dinner was extra super.
I'll give the chef my autograph. Another hunk of pie? More coffee?
Nothing, thank you. That pie put me 800 calories over my quota.
We'll dance it off, honey.
Bob, don't you ever get tired?
Tired? They left that word out of my dictionary. I'm full of pep tonight because I'm happy.
I must turn you down more often.
That isn't that, Aggie. Some of these days your defense is going to weaken. But I've had some good news today. We're signing Riley Cooper, the big Nebraska tackle.
No.
Yes, sir. I got it direct from Coach O'Sullivan. And to make room for Cooper, he's dropping Wally Spencer.
Oh, that's too bad.
What do you mean it's too bad?
Well, he's a great back, and the fans love him.
Well, he's out, and from now on we'll have better teamwork.
I suppose so, but just the same.
Let's not spoil a grand evening talking shop. I've got to get home early tonight.
Get your beauty sleep, huh?
Yes, ma'am. O'Sullivan's curfew rings all during the training season. And besides that, I'm getting up early in the morning to drive to Cleveland.
Oh, that's right. You play the Cleveland Commandos next week.
We do. A bunch of big, rough, bad boys, so we want to get in a week of practice on the Cleveland field.
Well, you be careful with your driving.
Don't worry about my driving. I'd rather have 90 on my tombstone than on my speedometer.
Don't talk about tombstones.
Well, then, let's talk about my favorite subject.
And let's not talk about you either.
Okay, baby, let's dance.
Hello, Mabel. Yeah, Mabel, give me the desk and make it snappy. Yeah. Hello, Mac. Al, I got a couple of things here. A fire in a lumberyard at 31st and Main and an auto crash on Route 20. Well, Bob Hopkins, football star, seriously injured. Yeah, pretty bad, I guess. You got the fire. Okay, here's the dope on Hopkins. Bob Hopkins, 23, star back on the Boston Beavers professional football team, was seriously injured this morning in an auto accident on Route 20, 12 miles northeast of Cleveland. A small child ran across the road in front of his car. Hopkins jammed on his brakes and then swerved across the road to avoid hitting the child and crashed into a tree. Hopkins, who was riding alone, was seriously injured in the crash. The child was unhurt. Hopkins was rushed to Fairmount Hospital. At a late hour, he was reported to be still unconscious. Well, that's all I've got now, but I know one of the nurses there, and she's going to call me when there's something to report. Yeah, and here's some new stuff on that lumberyard fire. Chief Simmons turned in a 411 alarm when he reached the scene and may make it a 511 if the wind
You may go in now, Miss Williams.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Hopkins has recovered consciousness, but of course you may stay only a minute or two this first time.
Yes, I understand.
Right in here.
Thank you. Bob. Bob.
Aggie.
Yes, dear.
Where? What happened?
You had an accident, Bob.
Oh, yes. A kid ran in front of... Did I?
No, dear. No one was hurt. Except you.
Good. I'll be all right.
Of course you will, dear.
Hey, what's the matter with...
With what?
With my legs. I can't move my legs.
You'll be all right, dear.
Aggie, I can't move them.
Bob, please. It takes a little time to get your strength back.
What isn't that, Aggie? Look, I can move my arms and my head, but I can't...
Don't worry about it now, dear. You'll be all right.
I think you'd better go now.
Yes. Bob, you better rest for a while. But I'll be right here in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Just lie back, dear. Bye for a little while.
Aggie, I can't move my legs. I can't move my legs.
Now, if you haven't swallowed that thermometer, Mr. Hopkins, I'll take it. Thank you. Right on the dot, 98.6.
What's par for the course?
That's par. Your temperature's exactly normal.
Well, I'm glad there's something normal about me, Miss...
Finley. Marge Finley. I'm your new special.
Special what?
Special nurse.
Oh, what happened to the old one?
She was married today.
Married? Well, that's one way of getting out of here.
She'll be back again.
Oh, maybe I'll be out of here before then. I've been cooped up here for 7, 8, 9, 10...
11 weeks, to be exact, Mr. Hopkins.
Nearly 3 months. Wow. Say, what are you writing?
It's your chart.
I know, but how am I doing?
Temperature, pulse, respiration, blood pressure, blood count. All perfect.
In other words, I'm a well man. From the waist up. And from the waist down, I'm a cripple.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd say that due to an injury of the spine, you're suffering from a temporary paralysis.
Temporary?
We believe so. What does Dr. Ambrose say?
He doesn't say anything. He hems and haws and rattles off a lot of technical terms and tells me not to worry. Marge, what's the real story? Am I going to walk again?
Mr. Hopkins, you know as much about that as I do. All anyone can tell you is that lots of people with injuries like yours have recovered.
Then again, lots of them haven't.
Well, isn't it much better to think of those that do walk again?
Thanks for trying to cheer me up, but it's no use. I'll never take another step. That's Aggie. I don't want to see her.
Too late, old dear. I'm already in.
Hello, Aggie.
And why don't you want to see me?
I'm not in the mood for visitors.
All the more reason why you should have some.
Well, as long as you're here, sit down. Meet my new special, Miss Finley. Miss Finley, Miss Williams.
How do you do, Miss Finley? How's the patient?
He's all right.
I'm not all right. I'm hungry. Haven't had a thing since lunch except one thin thermometer.
I'll go out and put in a double order for dinner.
Good. Make it 2 of everything except the penicillin shots.
Bob, you're almost your old self again.
You want to know the truth, Aggie? Look at these legs. I can't even move one little muscle. I can't even feel that I have legs. I'll never walk again.
Bob, don't say that.
It's true, Aggie. I know. Believe me, I've tried to walk. I want to walk, but it takes more than just wanting to.
Bob, you will walk again. And until you do walk, we can be happy waiting together.
Together? Aggie, I can't marry you now.
Bob, you love me, don't you?
That's just it. It's because I love you that I won't let you waste yourself on me.
Oh, you're still selfish. You're still thinking about yourself, the way you feel. Well, how about the way I feel? Doesn't that matter?
Yes, Aggie, of course.
To me, things are no different than they ever were. Supposing you are like this for a few weeks, a few months more, what is that compared to all the rest of our lives?
Suppose I'm like this all the rest of our lives.
Don't say that. Don't even think it.
I can't help thinking of it because it's true, Aggie. I'll never walk again.
Bob, please.
I'll never walk again.
Hello.
Hello.
I know who you are.
Who am I?
You're Bob Hopkins. My mommy and my daddy told me you're a football player, too.
An ex-football player. Who are you?
I'm Janie.
Oh, Janie, come in and have a chair.
Thank you. I can't stay long. I'm saying goodbye to everybody. I'm going home today.
I'm sorry I can't get up, but...
I know. You're sick. That's why you're here, isn't it?
Yes, Janie. I got hurt, but now I'm almost well, excepting my legs.
Your legs don't work right?
No, Janie, they don't work at all.
Oh. But you'll get better.
Well, it's nice to think so.
Don't you think so, Mr. Bob?
No, Janie, I know I'll never walk again.
Why?
Well, I suppose it's something that just can't be helped, see?
But what about God? He can help you, can't he?
What'd you say?
I was just like you. I had
infantile paralysis?
Uh-huh. I couldn't even sit up like you can. And then I asked God to help me.
God, huh?
Uh-huh. He's smart. He can do everything.
That's so?
My mommy said so. God makes the flowers and the grass grow. And you know what I said to him?
What?
I said, please, God, make my legs get strong. Because you know why?
Why?
Because I wanted to run and play games again and everything. So you know what?
What, Janie?
I kept praying and praying and praying.
I see.
Because that's what my mommy says you have to do.
Keep praying, huh?
Uh-huh. Because you know why?
Why?
Because the doctors can't do everything all by themselves sometimes. So you know what?
What?
I said to God, please, God, help the doctors make my legs strong.
You prayed for the doctors, too?
Uh-huh. And the nurses, too.
I see. So they all started working together, doctor, nurses, and you.
And God, too, Mr. Bob.
And God, too, Janie. It was like teamwork, huh?
What?
I mean, everybody was working together for Janie's legs.
Uh-huh.
That's teamwork.
And then you know what, Mr. Bob?
What?
After a long time, my toe wiggled.
You don't say so.
Uh-huh. And then my other toe wiggled, too. Then my foot. And now look, I can walk just as good as anybody, see?
Janie, that's wonderful.
I have to go now, Mr. Bob. My mommy is...
Just a minute, Janie. Hey, you know something?
What?
You've done me more good than anything I've had here.
Did I?
Yeah, and you know something else? Up until today, I never knew the meaning of a certain word.
What word, Mr. Bob?
Teamwork, honey. Teamwork. Come in.
Hi.
Hello, Aggie. Hey, is that a new dress?
Yes, how do you like it? Say no more. Now I know you're getting better. What's been happening?
Hey, would you laugh if I told you I've been praying?
No, Bob, you know I wouldn't laugh. But I'm a bit curious.
A little girl wandered in here this morning. She said her name was Janie. She had infantile paralysis and recovered from it. She seemed to think it was the most natural thing in the world.
What, prayer?
Yeah, but she made it sound like teamwork. Teamwork with God.
I like that, Bob.
So I thought I'd try that kind of a T formation. T for teamwork.
Janie knew better than I did what to say to you.
Say, see if you can find her, will you? I want to talk to Janie some more.
I want to talk to her, too, Bob. I want to see this other woman in your life.
She's a dangerous rival, Aggie. She must be all of 5 years old.
Can't you hurry? Can't you go faster?
Going as fast as I can in this traffic, lady. Did you say the Fairmont Hospital?
Yes.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It must be something dreadful. He may have had a relapse.
Some friend of yours?
It's Bob Hopkins.
Oh, a football player. I saw in the papers he was getting along pretty good.
Yes, he has been improving, but there was a phone message at my hotel telling me to come at once. Oh, hurry, please, hurry.
I'll pull in the driveway now. Hang on. There. Here you are, lady. Hope it's nothing serious.
Thank you. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
4th floor, please, and hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if anything's happened to Bob Hopkins?
I haven't heard about anything.
Well, I got a phone message telling me to rush right over.
Nobody said anything to me, miss. 4th floor. Here you are.
Thank you. Oh, Miss Finley, what has happened to Bob?
Why, nothing. Nothing that I know of.
Well, I got a phone message to come over immediately. There must be something wrong.
Well, let's go find out.
I'm afraid to go in, Miss Finley. You go first.
All right. Well, what's going on in here?
Margie, Aggie, come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Look, I can wiggle my big toe. Now, Aggie, you sit down here while I go in there and give Coach O'Sullivan the surprise of his life.
All right, Bob. This should be good.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Coach. Do I get my old jersey, number 13, back?
Bob Hopkins.
In the flesh, Coach, and as good as ever. Better, maybe.
Why, Bob, you old linebuster, you, as I live and breathe, it's old braggadocio himself.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Coach.
Oh, I can't believe it. Last I heard of you, you were still in the hospital.
I was a wheelchair jockey in those days, Coach. I still hold the record for the straightaway down the main corridor. I got 14 traffic tickets for double parking near the water cooler.
Oh, same old Bob.
Not quite the same, Coach. I'm not bragging anymore. I didn't want to brag about making a comeback. I wanted to let the results speak for themselves.
What have you been doing?
A little research on teamwork.
You're as good as ever, huh?
I think so, Coach, but I don't want you to take my word for it. Just give me a chance to work out with the team, then I'll leave it up to you.
That's fair enough, Bob. And if you're even half as good as you were, you've got a job.
I hope so, Coach. I'm thinking of getting married.
Congratulations.
Not so loud. Aggie doesn't know it yet.
Says you. Oh, by the way, Bob, I suppose you know that Wally Spencer's back on the team. He took your place when you were hurt.
I know, and I saw by the papers the old boy did all right. Do you think he can make the grade this year?
I don't know, Bob. Wally's legs are getting a bit wobbly.
Well, you just have so many touchdowns in you. When you run those out, you're through. It's pretty tough when a guy finds out he's through. I know.
Yeah?
Say, did you ever think about making Wally an assistant coach? I think he'd do a swell job with the backfield.
Say, when you had that accident, did you hit your head on something? You used to hate the sight of Wally, remember?
Yeah, but that was some time ago. I've been doing a lot of thinking since then.
Well, you have changed.
For the better, I hope. You know, I'm not so proud of the guy I used to be. I guess I was one of O'Sullivan's biggest headaches.
Well, Bob, I'll tell you this much. I named one of my pet ulcers after you.
What an honor.
You know, I think you're right about Wally. He'd make a good backfield coach.
Sure he would.
I'll talk to him about it this afternoon. He's coming by pretty soon.
Good.
Hello, Sullivan. May I come in?
Well, hello, Agnes. Of course. Bob should have brought you in.
I wanted to talk business, and women are very distracting, especially this one.
Thank you. And speaking of business, there's a little girl outside to see you, Sullivan. She's Wally Spencer's daughter, and she wants to tell you that Mr. Spencer will be a little late.
Well, bring her in, Agnes. She's a cute kid.
Yes, she is. Come in, honey. Mr. O'Sullivan wants to see you.
Now, Coach, I'd like to work out with the team all this week, and Hey, look. Janie. It's Janie.
Mr. Bob. Oh, Mr. Bob.
Look, Janie, I'm walking again.
Of course, Mr. Bob. I just knew you would.
And your name is Janie Spencer? You're Wally Spencer's little girl?
Yes, Mr. Bob. I thought you knew. My daddy was the one who told me to see you.
Janie, we hunted all over for you. Aggie, this is Janie.
Well, Janie, how wonderful.
Coach, this little girl walked into my hospital room one day. I didn't know who she was, but she taught me a lot.
Well, what do you know?
It wasn't me, Mr. Bob. It was you and God.
Well, just the same, you call the signals on the play, Janie. Now I'm all well again, and I have my old job back, I think. And I'm going to get married. And, oh, I shouldn't have said that.
But you did say it.
Aggie, I wanted to wait until I found the engagement ring I bought you. I had it in the suit I was wearing when I got hurt. I've been trying to find it.
Coach, this man can't play football. His eyesight's terrible.
What do you mean?
Darling, I found the ring at the hospital, and I've been wearing it ever since.
Coach, blow the whistle for timeout. The Hopkinses are going into a huddle.
You have heard T Formation, starring Bob Hope with Virginia Wells. Now, here is your family theater hostess for tonight, Joan Leslie.
Nobody knows the power of prayer, but God we know is listening there. Yes, miracles lie in the power of prayer. Faith that can banish the soul's despair. Hope that can shine like a holy light and brighten the spirit's darkest night. When your soul is sad with sorrows and care, there's strength and hope in a simple prayer. When earthly help seems of no avail, there's always one friend who will never fail. Someone who'll tell you that he understands. He'll hold your heart in his gentle hands. Just like a child when his father is near. With God at your side, there's nothing to fear. When days are long and nights have no end, when things go wrong, there's always one friend. Just lift your eyes, the answer is there. And you well know the power of prayer. Yes, the most wonderful power of prayer is seen when a family gathers together to express their love of God, not as individuals alone, but united as a family in the simple words of family prayer. Family prayer means, oh, so much. It means the strengthening of the faith of every member of the family. It brings everyone closer together in love and understanding. That's why it's so very true. A family that prays together stays together. Before saying goodnight, I'd like to thank Bob Hope for his performance as Bob Hopkins and Virginia Wells for her portrayal of Agnes. Our thanks to Harry Lawrence for writing tonight's play, to Max Taylor for his music, and to Nick Kenny for the poem of prayer. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Ken Christie, who played Coach O'Sullivan, Ann Tobin as the nurse, Marlene Ames, Howard Culver, Hal Sawyer, and Roland Morris. Next week, our Family Theater will co-star Warner Baxter and Pedro de Cordova in The Prayer That Won the West. Your host will be Henry Fonda. This is Joan Leslie saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcast is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by a friend of the New York Foundling Hospital, which cares for homeless and motherless babies without distinction of race, creed, or color. Tony Lafrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began when I bumped into a wonderful legend out of the past and watched that legend die before my eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You know, I guess the one thing that makes a newspaper guy like me different from any other working stiff is that while a bookkeeper works with numbers, a carpenter deals in wood, and the miner sweats over coal, a newspaper man, well, all he works with is people. What makes them laugh and dance in the street, what makes them cry in the night. But just the same, like most kinds of work, this has its occupational hazards, too. Being a newspaper man doesn't give you painter's colic or housemaid's knee. But sometimes it can sure do some lousy things to your heart. It was my night off. I had a date with a little blonde at the information desk. You know, the girl who tells you where to go after you tell her what you're looking for. I finally talked her into going dancing. I was supposed to pick her up at 9 o'clock. Only here it was 8:30, and I was still trying to find a flower shop to buy her a corsage. I'd walked to the edge of Skid Row when I finally spotted this place, a little florist shop in the center of a shabby office building. Looking through the window, I saw a gray-haired old lady pinning a boutonniere on the lapel of a chunky fellow in a shiny blue serge. As I came through the front door, the fellow spun around like he was expecting the worst.
Will you hold still so I can get this flower in place?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dunlap. I'm expecting somebody. I thought maybe this fellow might be the one.
All right. Now, you just stay quiet. I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
All right, there's no hurry at all.
There now. Isn't that beautiful? My husband set it aside especially for you.
Tell your husband thanks. I don't know, no matter how punk I feel, if I get a fresh flower in my lapel, it picks me up better than a shower rod gin. How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here you are.
Oh, I'll pick it up. What's that tonight? This person you're going to meet must be quite important.
Yeah, he sure is. He's the man who's going to put me out of my misery.
What?
Sure. Tell your husband next time I need a flower, he better make it a nice white lily. Goodbye.
That fella's sure upset.
Oh, poor Tom Paxton. I've seen him like this before. He's just had a wee bit too much to drink, I'm afraid.
Tom Paxton? No.
Huh?
The rose in his lapel. Used to be his trademark.
Oh, do you know Tom?
Well, if he's the same one, I was never that lucky. Best I could do was worship him from a distance.
Worship Tom?
Yeah, that sounds crazy, doesn't it? 10 years ago, when I was in college, Tom Paxton was the greatest football star we'd ever had. He was one of the greatest in the country. He was a legend.
Oh, well, it can't be the same man.
I don't know. Once you get over the shock, the resemblance is there, and that rose in the lapel. I don't know, lady, but I'm going to find out. I went out the side door of the florist shop into the lobby. And there was Tom standing in the dark, pushing the button for the elevator. As I came up to him, he spun around again like it was part of an act that he always did on cue.
Are you following me?
Well, yes.
You weren't just shopping for flowers there, were you?
Hmm?
If you're Dixie, all right. Don't play games with me. I'm tired of running away. I'm half-bats. How much of it can I take?
Now, look, I'm Randy Stone. I heard the woman call you Tom Paxton. When I went to college, there was a Tom Paxton who was just about the greatest football player who ever lived.
What are you talking about? You got me mixed up with 3 other guys.
Well, this Tom Paxton was always sporting a flower in his lapel.
There's no law against that, is there? Now, go on. Get out of here. Let me alone.
While we were talking, the light over the button of the self-operating elevator flashed on. The elevator was coming down. Well, if Tom Paxton didn't want me to bother him, I couldn't twist his arm. I turned to leave just as the elevator doors opened. Only instead of Tom stepping in, somebody else stepped out.
I was waiting for you, Paxton.
You're Dixie, aren't you?
Come again?
Aren't you?
Sure, that's what I got this southern accent.
Now, listen to me.
Come on. Somebody wants to see you.
Why doesn't the syndicate give me a break? Why don't they give me a chance to pay up?
I said come on.
Now, wait a minute, Buster.
You ain't invited, sport. This is one of them small affairs. Paxton, this gun in my pocket, it ain't one of them gadgets you pull the trigger and a cigarette pops out. Come on.
Tom and the mug went out to a small black sedan parked at the curb. As the car raced down the street, I ran across the lobby into Dunlop's flower shop and called the police. When the squad car arrived, I told the boys what little I knew. We found Tom's office on the 4th floor. It told me more about his life since he left college than a 600-page biography. A battered couch, a filing cabinet with nothing filed away except a half-empty bottle of gin, and a beaten-up desk that gave up a couple of old racing forms. And then on the wall behind the desk, I saw something that really grabbed my heart. A picture of the college football team, with Tom right in front with a pigskin in his arms, smiling defiantly like nothing bad could ever happen to him. I hung around after the police left. The picture made me feel low. I wondered how many beatings you had to take to go from All-American to Skid Row to maybe the county morgue. Then the office door opened, and Tom was standing in the doorway. Only he looked different. He didn't seem to be so frightened anymore.
Well, I hear there were cops all over the place. What are you trying to do, get me some publicity?
Did Dixie give you a stay of execution?
No, that wasn't Dixie. Just one of Frank Burr's tough guys.
Burr, the big-shot Politico?
Yeah, that's right. Had a little assignment for yours truly.
Oh, yeah? How many times do you have to vote for him?
No, it's nothing like that. I'm going to conduct a little investigation. So you remembered the old halfback, huh?
I thought you didn't know what I was talking about.
Oh, well, I had a lot on my mind downstairs. Wasn't in any mood to chew the fat. Well, what are you doing these days?
I work on a newspaper.
Oh, is that so?
Uh-huh.
Well, me, like you see, I went into the investigating game. It's not much of an office, but if big shots like Burr come to me, I guess it's not so bad, huh?
No, I guess not.
Say, this fella Dixie I mentioned, I don't want you to get any funny ideas about him. I just gambled a little over my head, like anybody does now and then. Well, I owe the syndicate a few $1,000, so they think they can scare me by putting their hatchet men on my trail. Only if you remember Tom Paxton, you know he don't scare so easy. Right?
That's right.
Now, that reminds me, I better call the boys right now and tell them I'll settle up at the end of the week. I don't want them losing any sleep on my account.
Well, I'll be going, Tom.
No, kid. Stick around. I'd like to talk to you, kid. About old times, eh?
All right, okay, Tom.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, kid. This is Tom Paxton. Say, look, baby, I got some good news for you. I'll be able to settle with you boys at the end of the week. Well, I know I have, but this time it's on the level. Well, now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't hang up on me. Well, now, give me a break, baby. 3 days? Oh, but I can't do the job in 3 days. No, wait, please, don't hang up. Okay. 3 days. Only tell Dixie to lay off. Yeah. Thanks, Jack. Thanks a lot. 3 days. How am I going to find him in 3 days?
Tom, is there anything I can do?
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's something you can do. You can clear out of here. So you found me out, huh? That make you feel good or something?
Oh, now, look.
Maybe if you'd taken the beatings I have, maybe if you've been crossed up, stabbed in the back, slugged, cheated as many times as I have, you... Oh, what am I telling you for? Go on, get out of here.
Sure thing. So long, Tom.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, you being a reporter, you could get into records I couldn't even touch, couldn't you?
Well, I think so.
Look, if I had a week, I could do it on my own, but I've got to find him in 3 days.
Who do you have to find in 3 days?
Look, Stone, I'm not going to kid with you anymore. I've got to make good on this job Berg gave me. I've got to get that fee. If I don't, this guy, Dixie, will...
Who is this guy, Dixie?
Well, that's what drives me nuts. Nobody knows, only the Syndicate.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
No. Cops are out of my line. If I could clean this job up in 3 days, Burr will pay me $5,000, and I'll be all right. It's like I've always said. All you need in life is one good break. And after that, you can roll on your own.
Well, what about Burr?
Well, for a big shot, he's sure plenty scared. Says the newspaper's trying to destroy him.
Oh, so?
So the only way they can do it is to find somebody named John Durand.
I never heard of him.
Nobody, but not to Burr.
Well, what does Durand look like?
Well, Burr wouldn't know what he looks like today. He hasn't seen him for 25 years. I've only got one thing to go on.
Now, what's that?
John Durand is a blind man.
A big shot like Burr afraid of a helpless blind man?
Afraid? Burr's as frightened of that blind man, John Durand, as I am of my unknown pal, Dixie.
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Tom and I started work the next morning, right after he picked up a fresh, sweet-smelling rose from Mr. and Mrs. Dunlop's florist shop in the lobby. It's funny, but for Tom, a flower in his lapel was like a shot of Benzedrine. After that, we split up. I went down to the paper to have a talk with the political editor. Yes, everyone interested in clean government was trying to wash that Burr right out of their hair. But so far, nothing definite had turned up against him. Only a funny blank space in Burr's biography, a blank space that happened 25 years ago. And I got that ever-loving jackpot feeling. 25 years ago, that's when John Durand, the blind man, entered the picture. Tom and I had to find that blind man, and we had 3 days.
Randy, I'm calling from City Hall. I've checked all the city directories. No John Durand.
Oh, that's great. I visited every agency that helps the blind. Nobody's ever heard of him.
Well, what are we going to do, Randy?
What else can we do? We keep looking. He's not on any credit report. His name's never appeared on any police blotter.
Well, we're running out of time.
Well, nothing to do but keep looking.
I'm going through the records over at the county building. I can't find a trace.
We've got only 1 day left, Randy. The Syndicate gave me till midnight tomorrow. What are we going to do?
What we've been doing right along. Keep looking.
The third day, we started making the rounds of all the hoodlum hangouts, the bars, the pool halls, the mangy little side street flop houses. I took one section of the city, and Tom took the other. And late that night in one of those flop houses, I got the shock of my sweet life.
No, nobody named John Durand ever stopped here.
Well, I thought he might have stayed here under a phony name. He's a blind guy.
Yeah, I know all about him, mister.
You what?
What did this poor sucker do anyhow? Every hoodlum I know is looking for him.
What are you talking about?
Just what I said. Every guy in town who'll cut a throat to earn a buck is looking for John Durand.
It was after 9 p.m. when I got back to Tom's office to break the news to him. Poor guy, he thought Burr had given him an exclusive assignment. And all the time, Burr had set up a private manhunt. He'd unleashed every mad dog in town to track down John Durand. When I got to the office, the door was open, but Tom wasn't around. I sat down to wait for him, and the phone started ringing. Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Paxton.
Well, he's not around right now. Any message?
Yes, this is Frank Burr calling.
Oh, yes.
You can tell Mr. Paxton that he can stop his search for John Durand as of now.
Does that mean you found him?
Oh, you know about it, eh?
Oh, yes, I'm helping Paxton. Did you find Durand?
No. But I know where I can find him when I want to.
I see. But then I guess that winds things up.
Yes. Tell Mr. Paxton, will you please?
Yeah, I'll look, as long as it's all over with. Why have you been so anxious to catch Durand? After all, he's only a blind man, and I... Mm-hmm. I'll ask a silly question. You get a silly answer. I had just hung up the phone thinking, poor Tom, now there's no way out for him. His 3 days were just about all washed up. Now there was nobody left but his friend Dixie. And then, like I'd said a magic word or something, the door to Tom's office started slowly opening. Tom came in leading a little old guy with smoked glasses and a white cane. Tom, you found him. You found Durand.
I should be so lucky. No, this is Mr. Graham, one of the directors of the Institute for the Blind.
Hello.
How do you do?
I'm going batty, banging my head against walls. I figured maybe Mr. Graham might give us a lead. Oh, Mr. Graham, this is Randy Stone.
How do you do, sir? I hope I can be of service.
Oh, thank you, but I'm afraid it's too late, Mr. Graham.
Too late? What do you mean?
A bird just called. He's found Durand. You can forget that $5,000 fee. You're, fired.
And Dixie comes into the picture again. The Syndicate gave me only until tonight.
Yeah, excuse me while I make a call.
Who are you calling?
About 2,000 cops.
Hang up the phone, Randy.
What are you talking about? You need them now.
Hang it up.
Don't be nuts.
All right, I'll hang it up for you.
Now, what's that for?
Calling the cops. Big deal. Maybe it would delay my trip to the morgue, but if that's the best I can get, it's no soap.
The cops would protect you?
Sure, for a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month. But then what? Dixie would still be waiting. He's never missed an appointment.
They'd pick him up before he reached you. There's a couple of small laws about killing people.
How would they pick him up? They wouldn't even know who to look for.
Gentlemen, I seem to be intruding. If one of you will lead me to the elevator,
Oh. You lead him, Randy. Then you get on the elevator right with him. Thanks for the track.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Beat it, will you? I'm expecting a guest.
Now, Mr. Graham, before we leave, for my own amazement, I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you think of any reason why a powerful man like Burr should be afraid of a helpless blind man?
Well, of course, that's hard to say.
Randy, will you get out of here, the both of you?
Unless, of course, the man saw something just before he went blind that would incriminate Mr. Burr.
Hmm?
Yes. You see, the blind never forget the last thing they see before they go blind. It stays alive in their mind until the moment they die.
Well, then, if Durand had been a witness to a crime Burr committed and then went blind...
That would indeed make him the greatest possible menace to Burr.
Well, then that's it.
Hooray for our side. A lot of good it does me now.
I can tell you how it was when I went blind. It happened quite suddenly, as the doctor said it would. I was out in the country with my family. Wildflowers everywhere. And now that my blindness has made me so overly sensitive to the lovely scent of flowers, the picture is even more real. You know, it's a strange thing about flowers.
The blind man kept talking softly, more to himself than to us. Tom had spun his swivel chair around so that he was looking out of the window. The back of his shirt collar was soaking wet. I knew the pressure was building up inside him like steam in a boiler. Absently, he'd been taking the ever-present flower from his lapel, and he was tearing it apart with nervous fingers. And then Tom's back stiffened. He was staring through the window down at the dark street. I looked over his shoulder. A big car had stopped a short way down the street. A heavy-set, well-dressed man had stepped out. As he passed under the street lamp in front of the flower shop, I recognized him from his pictures.
Burr. It's Frank Burr.
Tom's voice sounded cockeyed. I looked at him. His face was falling to pieces like an overripe melon. He was looking at the flower he'd taken from his lapel.
Mrs. Dunlop, she won't like what I'm doing to her flower. Always so proud because her husband could select sweet-scented flowers. Graham, what did you say before? Now that my blindness has made me sensitive to the scent of flowers.
Yes, I see.
Mr. Dunlop, the florist.
I never had a good look at him. He was always puttering around and back.
You think that...
I know. John Durand was always just downstairs in the lobby. And there's still time for me, Randy. There's still time.
Tom raced for the door of his office. He pulled a gun out of his coat. I followed him. He went to the elevator, pressed the button a couple of times, and then decided to take the stairs instead. He looked back at me, chasing after him, and waved me back. He started down the stairs 2 at a time. I caught up with him at the second landing. I grabbed his shoulders. He tried to tear himself away.
Let me go, Randy. Let me go.
What do you mean there's still time? What are you going to do down there?
Randy, I'm telling you to let me go.
Answer me. What are you going to do?
Sure, I'll answer you, overboy. What do you think Burr was going to pay me $5,000 for? Just to give him Durand's address so he could send him nasty letters? No, there was one other little item I didn't tell you about. I not only had to find Durand, I had to make sure nobody else found him. I had to kill him.
Oh, Tom, you're kidding. A helpless blind man?
Oh, Burr thinks I'm the man for the job. He told me I was the ideal choice.
Tom, you're not that kind of a man.
Who says so? You think this is still the old football team with a lot of nice rules so nobody gets hurt too bad? This is a jungle, Rover Boy. It's dog eat dog all the way down the line. Now let me go.
No.
I said let me go.
He broke away and took off the stairs again. But Tom had put on a lot of fat since college days, and walking the night beat had kept me lean. I caught up with him just as we reached the lobby.
Randy, I'm telling you to lay off of me. Now leave me alone.
You're going to listen to reason.
All you need is one good break. Well, this is mine, and I'm going to take it. Now let me go.
You're crazy. I can't let you do it.
You'll have to let me do it, Randy. You're just going to have to let me do it.
Tom brought the gun barrel down on my head. My knees turned to ginger beer. I reached for the wall to keep from falling, but the wall fell right with me. I tried to cry out, but all I could manage was a wheeze. Helplessly, I watched Tom, with the gun still in his hand, go through the lobby entrance into the florist shop.
Oh, Tom. What on earth are you doing with that gun?
At that moment, the front door opened, too, and Mr. Burr came into the shop also carrying a gun.
Don't do that.
What a spot for a chorus of Auld Lang Syne.
What's going on? Mr. Paxton, what is this?
Is the job still mine?
A smug little smile crossed Burr's face as he put his own gun away.
Sure, why not, Paxton? A deal's a deal. He's in back working on his flowers. But it'll have to be her, too.
Oh.
Okay.
No! Please! Tom!
Tom raised his gun as old lady Durand started running for her husband. And then Tom seemed to hesitate, like something was going through his mind.
Go on. What are you waiting for?
Maybe Tom was thinking about his last 10 years on Skid Row when he'd never done one decent thing. And maybe he thought it was time to start.
Go ahead and get it over with, Paxton.
Suddenly, Tom swung the gun away from the cowering Durands and began shooting. There wasn't even time for that smug smile to leave Burr's face as Burr slowly crumbled to the floor. After that, everything started getting foggy for me. By the time the police arrived and splashed cold water on my face, Tom had gotten away, disappeared into the night. Burr was dead, and now John Durand wasn't afraid to talk. 25 years before, Burr had been a punk in the rackets. There'd been a bombing. One man killed, John Durand blinded. And the picture Durand carried in his mind, the last thing he saw before the lights went out forever, was Burr throwing that bomb. After that, Durand was afraid Burr had tried to finish the job, so he changed his name and went into hiding. I told the cops about the gambling syndicate that had been hounding Tom, and they went after the boys. And all in all, it was quite an evening. Then around 3:30 in the morning, while I was sitting up in my office trying to bat out my night beat story, my telephone started ringing. Yeah.
Randy, this is Tom.
Tom, hey, where are you?
Never mind, I'm okay. I just wanted to let you know you were pretty good to me, kid.
Listen, every cop in the city's looking for you.
Well, they can look until Christmas. It won't do them any good. I've got a hideout that they couldn't find with radar.
How come?
It's like I've always said, all you need is one good break. I got mine right out of a clear blue sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real square. Met him at a bar. Didn't know where to turn. This guy buys me a drink. Says I look like I can stand a good meal and a place to sleep. He thinks I just blew into town and I'm down and out. Now he says I can stay here as long as I like. He's in the next room, so I gotta make this call short.
Tom, I tell you, you're crazy for hiding out. The police will give you a break.
Now, says who?
I'm telling you they will.
And even if they did, what about the syndicate? What about Dixie?
There isn't any more syndicate. Most of those hoodlums are already sitting in jail.
What? Dixie, too?
No, but they'll have him soon enough. Now they've got a description of him. They know who to look for.
Look, I gotta hang up. This guy's liable to pop in any second, but just for the records, what does Dixie look like?
He's an ordinary fella. He wears glasses even. He's got gray hair. Looks more like an insurance man than a hoodlum.
Dixie looks like that.
The only two distinguishing marks, according to the police, is that thumb is missing from his left hand.
Randy, has he got a white scar under his eye?
How did you know that?
Look, Randy, the guy that took me to this hideout, the guy that gave me the break,
Randy.
What? Where are you? Quick, tell me.
Oh, he's coming, Randy.
Tom.
No. No. No.
Tom. Tom. Operator. 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 Yeah. Like Tom always said, all you need is one good break. Tomorrow? Sure, a nice, pleasant morrow coming right up. Well, maybe not so pleasant. Tom had been dead a long time before Dixie caught up with him. Tom had died when he found out he wasn't always going to be a hero, the guy on top of the heap. What is there about people that they've got to be number one or they won't play? What's so bad about being number 2 or number 3? Why does life have to be one great victory after another? What's so fancy about us that we can't afford to fall on our face every so often? The fellow who said, God, give me the strength to fail, really had something. And besides, not making the top of the heap has its compensations, too. It's a lot less lonely down here among us also, Rand. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Night Beat is distributed exclusively by Nostalgia Broadcasting Corporation, Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Thanksgiving weekend. Each year at this season, the good citizens of Summerfield make a pilgrimage of some 30 miles to witness the annual football classic between State University and the Aggies. And in the whole of Summerfield, there is no one more determined to go this year than Gildersleeve's nephew, Leroy. For weeks, he has been hammering away at it.
Hey, Unc, if I do the dishes tonight, can I go home? Can I? How about it? Can I?
No.
No, Marjorie.
Nobody asked you.
Uncle Mort, if he goes to that game, I shall just die.
Oh, why?
Because Marshall's coming home for the weekend, and he's taking me. And all Leroy wants to do is spy on us.
Boy, that's a cheap thrill. You think I'd be looking at you when I can be watching a football game?
Uncle Mort, don't let him go. You can't. You simply can't.
Now, my dear, I think that's for me to decide.
That's telling her.
I don't see why Leroy hasn't just as good a right to go to the game as you.
You hear that?
After all, I think you might consider his side of it, too.
Yeah, how about considering my side of it?
You stay out of this.
But, Uncle Mort, this is my only weekend with Marshall since he went away to school. We want to be alone.
Alone? They go to a football game to be alone.
Now, Leroy.
I suppose you'd like everybody else in the stadium to get up and leave. 20,000 people.
Leroy.
I rest my case.
Well, what about it, Uncle Mort?
I shall think it over.
Oh, say yes, please. I'll pay you if you will. I'll give you all the money I've got in my bank.
I'm not subject to bribery, my boy.
Well, I'll do anything you say. Anything at all. How about it?
I told you I shall think it over.
Well, for cat's sake, how long do you have to think?
There are two sides to this question, my boy, as there are to most questions. Now, from Marjorie's point of view, I can see why she wouldn't want to have you tagging along.
Thank goodness.
From your point of view, Leroy, I can see that this game means a great deal to you.
More than anything in the world, I guess. Except you, Unc.
Yes, yes. Well, the only thing I can see to do about it,
Yeah?
I hate to say this, but the only thing I can see to do about it is to take you myself.
You mean you?
Yes, my boy. Much as I dread it, I'll take you to the football game.
Yay! You hear that, Marge? Hail to the victors valiant, hail to the conquering heroes.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, good evening, Bertie.
Is that you, Unc?
Yes, it's me.
Hey, did you get them? Did you get the football tickets? I was a good boy today, Unc. I cleaned up my whole room, even my closet. Did you get good seats? Where are we sitting? Unc, you didn't forget them.
No, Leroy, I didn't forget them, but I'm afraid I have bad news for you just the same. They're completely sold out.
Oh, that's a big jip.
I know, my boy. I know exactly how you feel, but we have to learn to take these little disappointments and make the best of them, don't we?
Gosh, if you didn't have to think it over so long, if you'd gone and got on the ball.
I did the best I could. After all, I'm just as disappointed as you are. It means that I can't go to the game either.
Ha! You didn't want to go in the first place.
That's not true, Leroy. I wanted to go very much.
Yeah.
But there's no use crying over spilt milk, is there? There'll be other games. Some other time, perhaps, eh? Leroy? I want you to believe that I tried, my boy. Why, I even asked Judge Hooker to use his influence. Not that I'd give 2 cents for all the influence he's got.
I should have known. I'd never get there. This is just a terrible day, that's all. It's been a terrible day right from the start. Friday's always a terrible day.
Leroy, honey, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, now don't do that.
Let's not give up hope, my boy. After all, there's still Judge Hooker.
Yeah.
Well, you're probably right.
Every time you say you'll take me to a football game, this is what happens.
Leroy, this is the first time I've ever offered to take you to a football game.
Well, it happened, didn't it? I should have known.
Now, Leroy, you're just tired. Why don't you go up and get ready for bed and let Bertie bring your supper to you up there?
I don't want any supper.
Well, later maybe you will. You run along and I'll be up. I got turkey croquettes for supper.
With mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
Okay.
Doorbell, I'll get it.
No, I'll get it, Bertie. Hooker, come in, Judge.
I can't stop, Gildy. I just came by.
Leela, I didn't see you standing back there. Come on in, it's cold.
Well, just for a minute. We're on our way to dinner. I'm taking Leela to a movie afterward.
Oh, so that's why she was busy tonight. You didn't tell me you were going out tonight with the judge, Leela.
I don't tell everything I know. I sort of cut you out there, didn't I, Gildy?
Old goat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Careful, my dear, careful. Come in.
Hello, Marjorie. Hello, Mrs. Ransom. I hope I didn't hurt you. Oh, good evening, Judge.
Marjorie.
Oh, don't you look pretty? Thank you.
Such pink cheeks.
And natural, too. I'll bet you're excited that Marshal Bullard's home.
Oh, he's been home for 2 days. Unky, is it all right if we go skating after supper?
After supper?
It's perfectly safe. There's a big moon out.
I don't know that makes it safe.
Skating in the moonlight. How I'd love to be out there with y'all.
Well, why don't we? We could all make
wait a minute now. Leela and I have a date.
Oh, yes, that. Well, how about tomorrow, then?
But tomorrow's Saturday, Uncle Mort. Marshall and I are going to the game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell him it's all right about going skating tonight, then.
Well, now, wait a minute. Well, all right.
Thanks, Unky. You're a dear.
Yes, yes.
Oh, to be 16 again instead of pushing 30. Football games, skating in the moonlight. I used to love football games. We used to drive up to Atlanta when Georgia played, Georgia Tech. It was such fun. The girls looked all so pretty and the men were all so handsome.
Yeah.
There'd be parties at all the fraternity houses after the game, and a dance at the big hotel there in the evening, and driving back by moonlight.
Come on, Leela. I think it's time we were getting along.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is.
Oh, that reminds me, Gildy. I almost forgot what I stopped here for. I got you that pair of football tickets you asked for.
You got them?
Just leave it to old Judge Hooker. There they are.
Well, that's fine. Are they any good?
Are they any good? Why, they're right smack on the goal line.
I don't know whether to thank you or not. But thanks anyway.
Oh, Throckmorton, don't tell me you got tickets for tomorrow's game.
Huh?
And never even told me about it. Aren't you wonderful?
I might point out it was I who got the tickets.
Oh, but it's the thought that counts.
Yes, but Leela, you...
Oh, I think surprises are such fun, don't you? Now, here I wasn't looking forward to a thing tomorrow except washing my hair. And now, all of a sudden, everything's wonderful.
But, Leela,
Imagine me carrying on about how I love football games and all the time you knew. Throckmorton, you devil, you.
Leela, you don't understand.
Don't understand what?
Well, I wasn't exactly planning to,
You mean you were planning to take some other girl?
No, of course not. Gosh, I'd rather take you than anybody. I would have asked you too, Leela, only I didn't think of it till yesterday, and I suppose by this time you'd... Well, the last time I saw you, you bawled me out for always inviting you places at the last minute.
Throckmorton, honey, it's time you learn never to pay a single bit of attention to anything I say. Ever.
Leela, I don't like to hurry you, but it's time that we were getting downtown.
Oh, yes, we must be going.
Yeah, but wait.
We've got to be going, Gildy. I have a reservation for dinner.
You don't need a reservation at Joe's place.
We're not going to Joe's place. Come on, Leela. For heaven's sake, let's get started.
But we haven't settled this.
Oh, well, don't worry. I'll call you first thing in the morning about the plans and all. Good night, and I think you're alive.
What am I going to tell her when she calls?
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Bertie. Leroy?
Hi. I trust you slept well last night.
You can see that I didn't.
You do look a little so-so. Well, you just sit down and I'll bring you a nice...
Phone.
I'll get it.
Where's your sister, Leroy?
She ate her breakfast and scrammed.
I'm coming.
You mean they've started for the football game already?
I suppose so. Lucky bums.
Mr. Gildersleeve's residence.
I'm afraid I know what this is.
Oh, yes, Miss Ransom he is. It's Miss Ransom, Mr. Gildersleeve, about the game.
Huh?
Ask her if she could hold the wire a minute, Bertie.
He said, could you hold the wire a minute, please? He'll be right here.
Leroy, I want to have a talk with you, my boy.
Okay, shoot.
Swallow that toast and listen. My boy, if by any chance I should be able to get tickets for the game today, mind you, I don't say I can, but if by any chance I should...
Yeah?
And if it turned out that it wouldn't be convenient for me to take you...
What? You promised.
I know, and I'd make it up to you, Leroy, some way. I don't like breaking promises, but if you'd let me off just this once, how about it?
I don't know.
Leroy, please, just this once.
I'd have to think it over.
I'll make it up to you, my boy. I'll do anything you say. How about it?
How you doing, Miss Ransom? Oh, just fine. You'll be right here. Mr. Gildersleeve, she's waiting.
Leroy, stop eating that toast and answer me. I'm sorry, my boy, but I told you I'll do anything if you let me off.
Ought to be a pretty good game. I'd sure like to see it.
Anything, Leroy. Anything at all.
Anything?
Anything.
Okay.
You'll never regret this, my boy. You'll never regret it. I only hope I won't.
Hello, Piggy. Leroy, the kid himself. Boy, oh boy, Pig, have I got Unc where I want him. What a character. You know what he did? He told me
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a moment. After a friendly game of bridge the other night, we all dropped into the kitchen to kibitz a bit while Mrs. Lang was preparing some sandwiches. And as she was spreading the bread with parquet, one of the guests said to me,
So that's the parquet margarine I hear you talking about, John, on the Gildersleeve show.
"That's the genuine article, the one and only parquet margarine."
Well, if it's as good as you say it is,
Well, the best way to find out is to taste it right now. Ah, here we are. The first sandwiches are ready.
Thank you.
Now, there's flavor for you. Flavor that's fresh and sweet. Am I right?
It's delicious.
It's the fine, wholesome farm products that make parquet taste so good. And you know, friends, you'll have the same satisfying taste experience the very first time you spread parquet margarine on bread, toast, rolls, pancakes, and waffles. I'm sure you'll agree with the millions who prefer parquet margarine, that it's still unmatched for flavor. And it costs so little to enjoy parquet, only about half the price of costly spreads. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. With a blonde on one arm, a buffalo robe over the other, and a brand new bucket hat perched on his head, Gildersleeve looks the complete American college boy, 20 years out of college. We join him now as he and Leila Ransom stroll past the State University campus toward the stadium where the big game is soon to begin.
Aren't we having fun, Throckmorton?
Yeah, you bet.
You know something? Walking around a college town like this makes me feel like I'm 18 again.
Oh, you look 18, Leila. And I'll tell you something else. I don't feel a day over 22. Let's skip, I dare you.
Oh, Throckmorton, with all these boys and girls going by.
What do we care? Come on, let's skip.
It's Marjorie and Marshall Bullitt. You.
Well.
I saw you up ahead there, Unky. Hello, Mrs. Ransom. You remember Marshall, don't you?
Indeed, I do. It's nice you could come home for the holiday, Marshall.
Thanks. How are you, Mrs. Ransom? Mr. Gildersleeve?
Just fine, my boy.
Unky, where did you get that bucket hat?
This hat? Well, I got it at the Summerfield Men's Toggery. What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. It just looks kind of collegiate.
That's not what the college men are wearing this year, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's immaterial to me, son. I needed a hat in case of rain.
Well, I think he looks very cute in it. Although if you pulled it a little farther forward.
Like this?
It was better the other way.
It's nuts.
Marshall, I do believe you've grown just in the few months you've been away.
Put on 15 pounds. Been playing a little football.
Oh, speaking of football, shouldn't we be...
You seem to be in such a hurry, Throckmorton. Why don't we all go somewhere and have a bite to eat first?
Well, Marjorie and I are going over to the Beta Newhouse for lunch. That's my father's fraternity.
Well, you kids go on and have lunch. Maybe we'll see you at the game.
Look for us, Unky. Marshall got seats right on the 50-yard line.
The 50? Well, we're not far from there. See you later.
Bye. I wish we didn't have to sit way down by the goal line, Throckmorton.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But it's pretty late. I wonder how that Bullard kid got seats on the 50.
I suppose he got them through his father.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, by George, I'll go to the box office and tell him who I am. Don't worry, Leila. We'll wind up with the best seats in the place. Pardon me, madam. I'd like to exchange these seats, please. They're in the section 32. I'd like something on the 50-yard line. Yes, very funny. Perhaps you didn't understand me. I want to exchange these tickets for a pair on the 50-yard line.
Oh, run along, buddy. Nothing doing.
Wait a minute. It just so happens I'm a public official. I'm the water commissioner down in Summerfield.
Water? I hear it's good to wash in.
Don't get smart. Are you going to sell me tickets or not?
Look, we've been sold out since the 10th of September. Now beat it.
Then why are you open?
For next year.
Wise guy ought to report him. Why don't you look where you're going?
Say, buddy, you really want two and a 50 like you said?
I sure do. Have you got two?
Not so loud.
Oh?
50-yard line, 35th row. And, seeing it's so late, well, I'll let you have them for $20 apiece.
Why, that's robbery.
$20 apiece? Pardon me, mister. I thought you were a big shot.
Oh, I am. Here, give me the tickets. Being a big shot is kind of expensive.
Look, honey, the band down there on the field. They're getting ready to spell out something.
Say, look at those uniforms. Welcome, Aggies. Pretty clever.
Throckmorton, aren't we having fun?
You bet. Why don't the teams quit practicing? They've been practicing all season. Let's start the game.
Oh, let me see the program for a minute, Throckmorton. My, look at this picture of the state captain. Isn't he handsome?
Tom Lingenfeller. Certainly looks dumb.
Oh, but look at those shoulders. My.
Probably wearing shoulder pads. I'll tell you something else. A lot of these football players aren't as strong as they look. The Army had to reject a whole flock of them.
I suppose so. But, of course, a girl looks at these things a little differently from the Army. There's Marshall.
Marshall where?
Down there, just 2 rows in front of us. Yoo-hoo! Hi there.
Oh, why, he's got his arm around Marjorie. Hey there, what do you think you're doing?
Throckmorton.
Cut that out, young man. I'm watching you. And don't grin at me like that.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Throckmorton. What harm is there in the boy putting his arm around in a public place like this?
Don't tell me. It feels just the same in public as it does anyplace else.
Does it really?
You know darn well it does.
Mercy, how would I know?
There, how's that? Marjorie, turn around and watch the game. Third down. This time it looks like they're going to try a pass.
How can you tell, Throckmorton?
By the formation. When one fellow stands back like that.
Was that a pass?
No, it was a punt. They should have passed, though. If they keep punting all afternoon, I don't know how they expect to score.
Is it still 0-0?
Certainly. There they go. Oh, an in run. Yeah, stopped him dead in his tracks. That fellow couldn't run around a mailbox.
Oh, what's that whistle for, Throckmorton?
Just stalling for time. Come on, quit stalling down there and play football.
Throckmorton, people are looking at
Let them look.
They're not stalling, mister. Al Stample broke his leg on that last play.
Oh.
Oh, isn't that awful? Look, they're carrying him off. The poor boy.
Stample must have been in bad condition. I told you these football players weren't so husky. Hey, you cold, Leela?
I'm perfectly comfortable, thank you.
That's funny. I'm cold.
Well, to tell you the truth, every time you start to hold my hand, Marshal Bullard turns around and laughs at me.
Oh, he does, eh? That young smart
Now,
aleck.
Throckmorton, he's just a child. Although I must say he seems much better looking than when he went away. Don't you think he is?
I'm watching the game, Leela.
Oh.
2nd and 10. Maybe they'll try a pass this time. Through the line.
How can you tell, Throckmorton? I couldn't see a thing on that play.
When everybody falls down, it's a line play. He gained about a foot.
Well, he tried anyhow, and that's what counts.
Never make a touchdown that way, Leela. Now I suppose they'll kick again. There they go. Kick the ball back and forth. After you, my dear Alphonse. After you, my dear Gaston. Why, George, if we don't get some action pretty soon, Leela, I'll go down and complain at the box office. All afternoon they've been playing, and nobody's even tried.
And once again, the ball changed hands in this nip and tuck battle between State University and the Aggies.
Oh, boy.
Believe you me, folks, both these teams are playing heads-up football out here this afternoon.
What a game.
They're lining up again now. State's ball on their own 40-yard line, T formation.
Come on, State. Let's get a touchdown this time.
The ball was snapped to Captain Tom Lingenfeller. He gets the ball and...
Come on, Lingenfeller.
Lingenfeller fades back, takes a ladder to the left, runs for the hole between right guard and right tackle. He's through. He's away. No, a beautiful tackle came right through and stopped him cold. I tell you, folks, you've never seen football like we're seeing today at Fireman's Field.
Did you hear that, Bertie? Lingenfeller almost got away, but they stopped him cold.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. You want to listen a while, Bertie?
No, thank you, Leroy. You hear your uncle saying anything?
Not yet.
Now it's 4th and 6 for State, falling back into punt formation. Crowds in the stands are tense as Tom Lingenfelder opens his hands for the ball. He's got it. He kicks.
Back and forth. Nothing happens.
Well, I think it's very exciting, Throckmorton, for a football game. What do you expect?
A pass once in a while. You gods have only tried about 3 and none completed. Hey, Lingenfeller, why don't you try an aerial attack?
Why don't you drop dead?
Oh? Who said that?
I said it.
Oh, you.
Yes, me. These boys are playing swell football, and they don't need any advice from you.
Just a suggestion. Tourist. I paid for my seat, didn't I? I should think that would entitle me to make... Now what? Nothing. You know, Lita, looks like it might rain.
I don't think so, Throckmorton. How can you think such a thing when we're having so much fun?
I don't really think it'll rain. I don't think anything at all is going to happen here this afternoon.
Oh, Throckmorton, honey, I dropped one of my gloves just now. Do you see it anywhere?
Glove? No. Must be down under the seat.
Would you mind looking down there for it? My hands are cold.
Well, if your hands are cold...
Later, darling. But find the glove now for me like a sweet boy, won't you?
Oh, well. Old peanut shells down here. Chewing gum. See? Leo, what happened? Oh, you're jumping up and down on my finger.
Throckmorton, are you still down there?
Here's your glove. What was all that racket?
Somebody threw a pass and Lingenfelder caught it and made a touchdown.
A touchdown? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I was too excited, Throckmorton, and it all happened so quickly.
The only play of the afternoon.
Oh, Unky, wasn't that a beautiful pass?
Oh, yeah, scrumptious.
Throckmorton.
What's the matter?
I felt a drop of rain just then.
Rain, you couldn't have. So did I. It's a cloudburst. What'll we do, Leela?
Maybe it'll stop in a minute. I'll stay if you will, Throckmorton.
Well, I had a slight cold yesterday, and why don't we give up and go home?
I must say, I thought you were more of a sport.
Well, I'm not a sport. Come on, let's get out of here. Pardon me.
What's the matter, mister? No school spirit?
Oh, fool yourself. Soaking wet. Bucket hat. Bucket is right.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you have a nice time at the game?
Don't speak of it, Bertie. Don't speak of it.
Well, it's too bad it had to rain. Maybe a little supper will make you feel better.
I didn't even feel like eating. I had a couple of sandwiches half an hour ago.
Well, I'll dish it up anyway.
Unc, is that you? Wasn't the game super, Unc?
Super? What game are you talking about, young man?
The State Aggies game, the one you saw. I heard it on the radio. It sure was super.
How do they do it?
Say, Unc, I've decided what I want for a reward for missing it.
Oh, all right, my boy. What is it?
Take me to the state game next Saturday.
Oh, Leroy, anything but that.
The great Gildersleeve will be dropping in at Peavy's drugstore in just a few moments. How are you getting along with your food budget these days? Are your meals pretty expensive? Well, maybe I can give you a little help. There's a very important food you serve at every meal that certainly shouldn't be expensive. And that's the spread you serve with bread, toast, and rolls. Of course, the spread I have in mind is delicious parquet margarine, preferred by millions of families throughout America because it tastes so good. And as for economy, well, it's plain as the price tag in your dealer's store that parquet is only about half the price of costly spreads. And parquet margarine is so nourishing, too. It's one of the finest of all energy foods, and it's fortified with important vitamin A. So for a real value in a quality food that's still unmatched for flavor, buy Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Peavy, are you fond of football?
Football, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Do you like the game?
You mean, do I like to play it?
No. Do you like to watch it? Are you a fan?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll tell you how it is about me and football. When I was a young fellow, I lived in Worcester, Massachusetts one year. That fall, I took it into my head to go to the Harvard-Yale game down at Cambridge.
Is all this necessary?
Well, you asked me a question.
I didn't realize you'd have to answer by the way of Worcester, Massachusetts.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you...
No, go ahead, Peavy. You never give a straight answer to a question anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Go ahead.
Well, I've lost the thread now. Why did you want to know if I like football in the first place?
Well, I thought if you did, you might enjoy taking Leroy to the state game next Saturday, if I could get the tickets.
Yeah, so that's it. Mr. Gildersleeve, I am fond of football, but I'm not that fond of it.
I might have known you'd be of no use to me. Good night, Peavy. Good night, everybody.
This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Another fine Kraft food product you'll want to add to your shopping list is Kraft Salad Mustard. This creamy, golden Kraft salad mustard puts an extra tempting tang into relishes and sandwich spreads, peps up the flavor of deviled eggs, adds extra zest to cheese and meat dishes. And if you like an extra tingle of sharpness, there's another delicious variety in the Kraft line. It's the Kraft mustard with nippy horseradish added. Buy both kinds and please the whole family. Ask for Kraft mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Leroy! Where is that boy?
Oh, he's across the street, Bertie, with Mr. Bullard's little niece, Brenda.
Is he still over there? Wait till Mr. Gildersleeve gets home. He's going to have something to say about that. He sure is.
Tonight, in the fifth of a new fall and winter series of Wednesday evening broadcasts, the Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and all those other wonderful Kraft quality foods. The big reason millions prefer Parquet Margarine to any other spread is that it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always so fresh. But there are other reasons as well. For instance, if you live in a state where colored margarine is sold, there's the convenience and extra protection of Yellow Parquet's new Flavor Saver package. Yes, each golden quarter pound is individually wrapped in a new Flavor Saver aluminum foil, so easy to handle, already colored, ready to serve. And all the freshness and flavor are sealed in, staleness and odors sealed out. Elsewhere, you get that same superb Parquet flavor and freshness in the handy Color Quick bag or regular Parquet package. So find out for yourself why so many prefer this superb margarine to any other. Ask your grocer for P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. Get some tomorrow. Well, the great Gildersleeve has just been appointed chairman of the Summerfield Community Chest Drive. The first thing he did about the drive was to drive home and tell his little family about it.
Oh, Unky, I'm so proud of you.
Well, Marjorie, I'm a little proud of myself.
They sure picked a good man when they picked you, Miss Gildersleeve.
Thank you, Bertie.
Why did they pick you, Unky?
What?
Well, why did they select you to head the community chest?
Well, because I've got the biggest chest in the community.
Oh, Unky, What have you planned for the campaign?
The first thing I'm in charge of is the kids' football game Saturday afternoon. We've got the 2 best junior teams in the city.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Yeah, we expect to make a lot of money for the community chest.
Is little Leroy going to play?
Leroy? With those feet?
Oh, poor Unky. For years he's hoped Leroy would be a football player.
Yes, but that's hoping too much. Leroy will never be an athlete. He can't run 10 yards without tripping over his own shoestrings.
Now, Unky, Leroy tries.
By the way, where is the boy?
He's across the street with Mr. Bullard's pretty little niece.
Brenda?
Uh-huh. You can see him here from the window sitting on Mr. Bullard's steps. Aren't they cute?
Cute. What a way for a boy to spend his time.
Look at him hang his head and giggle. That little Brenda sure has a way with Leroy.
He should be out practicing football.
When she flutters them big peepers at him, all he does is giggle.
Yeah, I know, Bertie.
Yes. They was over here this afternoon eating donuts, and she was fluttering them peepers at him through the holes.
You what?
All Leroy did was giggle. Now they're sitting over there, and all he's doing is giggling.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Bertie.
Miss Gildersleeve, you know all Leroy does when he gets with that little girl?
Yes, Bertie.
That's right. All he does is giggle.
Well, I'll go get Laughing Boy and bring him home to dinner.
Really, Leroy? I think you're just marvelous. If anybody told me I'd be sitting by anybody as important as you are, well, I just never would have believed it. Leroy. Yeah? You're my hero.
Leroy! Well, they don't even hear me. Leroy!
What? Oh, Unc, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Brenda.
I didn't see you standing there.
Well, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just came over to tell Leroy it's time for dinner.
Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't Leroy dreamy?
Leroy? Dreamy?
He's my hero.
Well, I'm glad you like him. But isn't the hero part going a little too far?
What's so far about that?
Well...
I mean every word of it, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've been in a swoon since he told me he's playing in the game tomorrow.
Well, fine. Now, come along, Leroy. Leroy's playing in the game tomorrow?
Isn't that dreamy?
Yes, dreamy. I mean... Well, little Leroy.
Keen, Hank.
You didn't tell me, my boy.
Well, gosh, the coach just told me this afternoon. I'm playing quarterback.
Quarterback?
Yeah, the brains.
Well, Leroy, I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
You're just the boy to run the team. You're a natural-born quarterback.
Yeah.
Leroy.
Yeah, Unc?
You weren't the only one out for quarterback, were you?
Heck no. I beat out Clyde Cooper. I had the brains.
And the brawn, too.
Well, let's be sure about the brawn. Bertie, throw on another steak. We've got a football player in the family.
Would you like some more potatoes and gravy, Leroy?
Sure.
Here's the raisin bread again, my boy. Eat a lot of it. Raisins have iron. That's what a football player needs.
There's one more piece of steak. Who wants it?
You make room on your plate, Leroy.
Bertie, get him another glass of milk, please.
Gosh, stop fussing over me. I can't see over my plate now.
But you surprised us so, didn't he, Unky?
Well, I knew Leroy had it in him all the time.
Yes, sir. We just didn't know where it was hid.
Oh, what a day it's going to be. I can see the stands now. Crowded. And $1 a head for the community chest. And little Leroy runs out on the field.
Yeah.
And Brenda waving to him from the sideline.
Now, listen, Leroy. If you win the toss, be sure to receive the kickoff. Possession of the ball is very important.
The other team will never get their hands on it. I'll razzle-dazzle them to death.
Yeah, the boy. I can't wait to tell Peavy and the Jolly Boys. Hey, by the way, Leroy, what formation are you using? The T or the single wingback?
I'm just using Leroy back.
What?
Then everybody else goes out for a pass. Wait, I'll show you with a hard roll.
And not at the table, Leroy.
Unc, you and Bertie run out for a pass.
Leroy, don't you throw that hard roll at me.
Peavy. Oh, you're just a decoy. Get ready, Unc.
Yeah, all right, my boy. I'm open.
Here it comes, the spot pass.
Oop, right in the gravy. Spots all over me.
Leroy, now look what you've done.
Leroy, how many times has Uncle Mort told you not to play at the table?
Well, I guess I better go up to my room, huh?
Of course not, my boy. It was all my fault.
It was?
Yeah, I should have scooped it up before it hit the gravy. Oh, you're a fine passer and a wonderful boy.
Holy cow. When you're an athlete, you can get by with this?
Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this morning?
Peavy, you can give me $1.
How's that?
For the community chess football game tomorrow.
Oh, you don't say.
After you give me the $1, I'll give you a red feather. Just like the one I have in my hat.
Oh, that explains your feather. I thought you'd been where the wild goose went.
What's this, Peavy?
You know the song. My heart goes where the wild goose goes.
Yes,
and I must
Peavy.
go where the wild goose goes.
Yeah, all right, Peavy.
Wild goose, brother goose, which is best? A wandering fool or a heart at rest?
Oh, Peavy, stop.
I will. I'm out of breath.
Peavy, you're too chipper this morning. What happened?
Well, nothing's happened. Mrs. Peavy left this morning to spend a week with her mother, but nothing's happened.
Sure. Well, I'm happy today, too, Peavy. Now, I'll tell you why you shouldn't miss the game. Well, here's another customer.
That's no customer. That's Judge Hooker.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello, Judge. You're just the man I want to see.
Oh? Why the feather in your hat, Gilda? Has the water commissioner been dressing poultry?
Judge, you know very well why it's there.
Yes, I do. Congratulations on being chairman of the drive, Gilda.
Thanks. Now, all I want from you is $1.
You're heading a very worthy cause. As the slogan goes, everybody benefits, everybody gives.
Yeah, that's true. But, Judge, just give me...
Red Feather Services provide the health, welfare, and recreational facilities the community needs to make it a better place in which to live.
You're doing a lot of talking to get out of paying $1.
What's that, Peavy?
Judge, I'm selling tickets to the community chess football game tomorrow. $1.
Well, I've made my pledge, but I'll take a ticket.
Thank you, Peavy.
Well, I made my pledge also, but I'll take 2 tickets. I can take Miss Matterhorn in my new car.
Great. This is a game I don't want anybody to miss. Because here's the big news, fellows.
Big news?
Yeah, the most important thing that ever happened. Little Leroy is going to play in that game.
He is?
Well, good for him.
Just imagine, Leroy on the gridiron.
Yep. He's playing quarterback.
Well, we'll all have to go out and cheer for Leroy.
Say, I have an idea. Instead of just cheering, let's take our Jolly Boys band out to support Leroy's team.
You call that support?
It's a good idea, Horace. As chairman of the drive and president of the Jolly Boys, with the boys starring on the team, I call a special meeting for this evening for band practice.
I'll be there.
Anything for Leroy.
He's quite a boy.
Peavy, I thought you had trouble getting out on weeknight.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm as free as the wild goose. My heart goes...
All right. All right, Peavy. See you tonight. Leroy, Marjorie, Bertie, I'm home.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, Marjorie, my dear. Where's Leroy?
I think he's upstairs.
Oh, give this to Bertie.
That big package for Bertie?
No, Bertie, it's for Leroy.
Oh, a football, Unky?
Nope, more steak.
Yes.
I think I'll go up and have a little skull practice with the quarterback, Marjorie.
Oh, you just can't wait for tomorrow, can you, Unky?
Yeah, I can't wait for the next few years either. Someday, Marjorie, we'll be going to college football games to watch Leroy Snake Hips Forrester.
You're awfully proud of Leroy, aren't you?
You bet. I'm proud of you, too, my dear. But, of course, you're not a football player. See you later, Marjorie. Don't hear anything up here. I guess the little fellow's figuring out plays. Leroy?
Yeah?
May I come in, my boy? I'm a scout for the Green Bay Packers.
You can come in if you want to.
Ah, what are you doing? Brewing up bad medicine for the opposition?
No, just sitting.
Resting, huh? Good. Hey, by the way, I brought home some more steak for your dinner.
You and Bronco can eat it, Unc.
What?
I'm not hungry.
Ah, guess you're excited about the game. Better eat, though. You got to be strong to make those touchdowns.
I'm not going to make any touchdowns.
You're not? Leroy.
I'm not going to play.
Teasing your old uncle, huh, Leroy?
No, I'm not going to play. Clyde Cooper's going to be quarterback.
Why? Leroy, yesterday you had the job.
Well...
What happened?
Well, gosh, I got a little cold, I think.
Leroy, you don't have a cold. You've never been healthier.
Well, I sprained my ankle.
Your ankle? Which one?
Both of them.
Oh. Leroy, you're making up excuses. You have to play tomorrow. I bragged to all the Jolly Boys. I told all the Jolly Boys you were going to star. And I'm chairman of the community chest, in charge of the game. What are people going to say?
Sorry, Unc. But I told you why I can't play.
Those weren't very good excuses.
They weren't, huh?
No. Now tell me why you aren't going to play.
Well, I got to look at the other team, Unc. Gosh, they're pretty big guys.
Oh. So that's it. Leroy.
Yeah?
Those boys are the same age as you. What about Clyde? He isn't as big as you, is he?
No, but...
All right, my boy. Get ready for dinner.
I'm not hungry.
Miss Gildersleeve, dinner's ready.
I'm not hungry either.
The Great Gildersleeve returns in just a moment. It's fresh.
Fresh.
Really fresh.
Fresh.
Always fresh.
Fresh.
That's why it tastes so good. It's Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Every woman knows how important it is to keep food fresh, really fresh. For if even the finest food loses freshness, it loses savor. And that's why so many millions of women always buy Parquet margarine. They know it's the margarine that's fresh, really fresh, always fresh. Yes, Kraft Freshness Control protects Parquet margarine right to your home. Parquet is made fresh from top-grade products of American farms, rushed fresh to the store in refrigerated trucks, sold fresh by your grocer. Every pound of Parquet margarine is flavor-dated, and grocer stocks are inspected regularly by Kraft men. That's why Kraft can absolutely guarantee to you that no matter where you buy or when you buy Parquet margarine, it will be fresh.
Fresh.
Really fresh.
Fresh.
Always fresh.
Fresh.
That's Parkay. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Get some tomorrow. The great Gildersleeve heard that his nephew Leroy was going to play quarterback in the community chest football game. He was the happiest man in Summerfield. But then when Leroy suddenly changed his mind and decided not to play, the great man's spirits crumbled. Now it's evening, and the water commissioner is heading for the meeting at the Jolly Boys Club.
Jolly Boys are already tuning up to salute Leroy tomorrow when he runs on the field. How'll I explain it to them? I can't tell them Leroy backed out. Well, I can just tell them he's decided not to be an athlete. He's going to be a scholar. No, they'll never believe that.
Hi, Commish. Come on in.
Hello, Floyd. Hi, fellows.
Come on, Gildy. We're all warmed up. Here's your trombone.
Just a minute, fellows. Before we waste our time
Hey,
practicing...
since the chief ain't here, why don't I just concentrate on the drums tonight?
But, Floyd, what about the piano?
It's a cinch I ain't dragging no piano out to the field tomorrow.
Fellows, perhaps we shouldn't take any of the instruments.
Well, I'm taking my flute.
What's the matter, Commish? Don't you think you're professional enough? I carry a union card.
Barbers Union.
Gildy, why shouldn't we take our instruments?
Well, you don't have to do this for Leroy.
We want to do it, Commish.
Well, we're happy to do it.
We're proud of the kid. And you must be too, Commish.
Yes.
Gentlemen, shall we show our old friend what we've got for little Leroy?
What's this, Judge?
Well, we were going to save it and present it official after the game, you know. But what the heck? Haul it out, Peeve.
Yeah, look at this, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, a loving cup. With a football player.
Gold filled, that's what makes it yellow.
I know, Pete. Fellas, you shouldn't have done it. Believe me.
Read the engraving, Gildy.
Well, let me see.
The commission's choking up. Let me read it. To Leroy Forrester for quarterbacking the community chess football game.
Nice, Floyd.
We just said something about you being chess chairman, but the engraving was getting pretty expensive.
Well, gentlemen, let's practice our number for Leroy.
What can I say to them?
Come on, Commish. We picked on Wisconsin because that's the dairy state and Leroy's the big cheese.
I'm ready with my flute.
My violin's rosined up.
You want to test the trombone, Commish?
Oh, I can't even get a lip.
You never played better.
Here we go, gang. Just pretend Leroy's taking the field. 1, 2.
Sounded like Leroy ran through all the instruments.
I suggest that the drum and trombone take the opening passage, then Peavy and I will come in with violin and flute.
Fellows, let's call the whole thing off.
Oh, we'll get better. Pick up where we left off.
Where'd we leave off?
Here we go. 1, 2.
Gentlemen, we're improving.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Uncle Mort, you mean the Jolly Boys brought Leroy a trophy?
Yep. An engraved loving cup. Gold filled. After that, how could I tell him Leroy had backed out?
Oh, poor Unky. No wonder you couldn't sleep last night.
Well, I'm through talking to the boy. If he wants to let that skinny little Clyde Cooper take his place at quarterback, that's up to him.
Bronco and I tried to talk to him, but he just shrugged and walked away.
Oh? Where'd he go?
I know where he went.
What's this, Bertie?
That poor little boy went up in his treehouse.
He did?
That poor little boy.
Over. What's he doing up in his treehouse?
He's just sitting. He won't talk to nobody. That poor little boy.
Now, Bertie, don't feel sorry for Leroy. I'm not. He brought this on himself. I don't care whether he plays or not.
He ain't even paying no attention to little Brenda.
Brenda? Where's she?
She just standing across the street flooding them eyes, but he's just sitting up in his treehouse. That poor little boy.
Well, I guess Brenda will be as disappointed in Leroy as the rest of us. Say, there's an idea. If there's anybody who can make a man play ball, it's a woman. Why didn't I think of this before? He's up in his treehouse, Brenda. You have to get him to play in that game this afternoon.
Oh, I'll just die if he doesn't play. After all, what's there to live for?
Leroy! I guess you better call him.
Leroy. Leroy, it's me, Brenda.
What do you want?
I want you to come down and talk to me.
I don't want to.
Oop. Pour it on, Brenda.
Leroy, if you play today, I'll come and cheer for you. Because my hero.
That should get it.
Hero Schmiro, go away.
Leroy!
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, Mr. Leroy Forrester, I most certainly will go away.
Here, Brenda. Leroy. Oh, it's a lost cause.
My, the stadium is almost full.
Hey, gang, here's the commish now.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, fellas.
You're late.
Not as late as I'd like to be.
Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Huge crowd. You should be very happy.
Yeah, very happy.
Hey, commish, I checked the starting lineup, and Leroy's name ain't there.
It isn't? Well, Floyd.
Well, if Leroy doesn't appear, I refuse to play.
Yeah, me too. It's hard to hear a violin in a stadium anyway.
Hey, here comes the starting team. Leroy ain't with them.
Gildy, what happened?
Well, excuse me, fellas. I think somebody's waving for my attention down below. I'm chairman, you know.
I don't see anybody waving.
See you later, fellas.
Well, get Leroy in the game. We blew $2 apiece on that cup.
Sorry, Floyd. I had to get away from the Jolly Boys. Somehow I can't believe little Leroy's afraid to play. Never been afraid of anything before. He's always wanted to play football. I think I'll sit down here and hide. Pardon me. Is this seat taken?
Well, no, sit down. You're just in time for the kickoff.
Yeah, I know.
Say, aren't you Mr. Gildersleeve, chairman of the community chess drive?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, great outfit, the community chest.
Yeah?
You want somebody to tell people what the chest does? Ask me, I'll tell them.
Well, good.
See that boy running out on the field? Number 22? That's my son.
Oh?
2 years ago, he couldn't walk. Look at him now. Community chess did that.
He looks fine.
Playing in this game is the biggest moment in my boy's life. This is his chance to show everybody that he's well again, that he's come back.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I wish I had a boy like that. Brave little fellow.
He almost didn't get to play today.
Well, that would have been terrible.
The coach told me about it. Another boy was ahead of him, and it looked like Clyde wasn't going to get in the game.
Clyde?
And the other boy found out how important it was to Clyde to play today, so he stepped out to give Clyde the chance. The boy's name was Leroy Forrester. Oh, he did a great thing.
Leroy?
Oh, you know him?
Yeah. Yeah, I know him. Little Leroy.
Hey, there's the kickoff. Clyde's taking the ball, Gildersleeve.
He is? Come on, Clyde! Run, boy, run!
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back. When you buy margarine, get the margarine that tastes so good because it's fresh, really fresh, always fresh. Get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the handy Color Quick bag or regular package. In any state, in any package, it's the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. Get Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Pardon me. Excuse me, madam. Coming through. Lady, watch that umbrella. Leroy! Leroy, I'm over here.
Hi, Uncle.
Oh, it was a fine game, my boy. We took in $2,300 for the community chest. It was a big success.
Yeah.
And I want to say, too, I'm proud of you, mighty proud of you, my boy.
Me? I wasn't even in the game.
Floyd, here's Leroy. Oh. Gildy, we've been talking to Clyde Cooper's father.
Yeah, if you ask me, Leroy deserves more than our 11 cup. You ought to have a medal.
I agree, Floyd.
The hero of a football game should always be carried from the stadium on somebody's shoulders. I'm going to carry Leroy on mine.
The heck you are. I'm carrying Leroy on my shoulders.
No, just a minute, fella. Just a minute. Well, this is up to Leroy. Whose shoulders do you want to ride on, my boy?
Yours, Unc.
Bless that boy. Go on side, fellas. We're coming through.
Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by Paul West, John Elliott, and Andy White, with music by Robert Armbruster. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Arthur Q. Bryan, Barbara Whiting, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Here's a quick, pleasant way to make leftovers more delicious. Just add a little Kraft prepared mustard and you'll add a lot of tang. Hidden flavors in boiled ham, sausage, most any meat pop right out. Every bite tastes better. Now you can get two kinds of Kraft mustard. Salad mustard, delicately spiced for those who prefer a milder flavor, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Have both kinds in your pantry. Then with every meat dish, hot or cold, just add a little mustard, and you'll add a lot of tang. Kraft prepared mustard.
For a half hour of spine-tingling excitement, listen next Sunday afternoon to The Falcon over this station. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast and tune in when The Falcon solves the case of the unnecessary knife.
Next, Groucho Marx makes his debut. 3 chimes mean good time.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American. Year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Ripe, rich tobacco, fine Lucky Strike tobacco. That means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Profit by the experience of tobacco experts. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our first program of the new year, I'd like to bring you a man who has made 2 important resolutions. The first resolution was to give every member of his cast a raise. The second resolution was to forget the first one. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I thought that was a very unfunny introduction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I happen to think it was very funny.
Well, I don't care what you think. You know, you may not know this, Don, but you can get brand new, shiny 1946 announcers without waiting for Detroit to make up its mind. You know, I wouldn't mind having a thin announcer for a change. I'm getting pretty sick of looking at a pot that big without flowers in it. So just... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Well, same to you, Mary.
Hey, what about me? Aren't you going to thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve at that nightclub?
Yeah, but next time, let's not go home at 11:30.
Now, Mary, you know very well that we didn't get home till daybreak. Boy, was I raring.
You should have seen him, Don. Jack drank one bottle of Coca-Cola, jumped up on the chandelier, beat his chest, and yelled, "Look at me, I'm Tarzan."
Yes, sir.
And he fooled everybody if he hadn't opened his shirt.
Oh, yeah? Well, how about that Tarzan yell I gave?
That wasn't a Tarzan yell. You sat on a hot light bulb.
Now, Mary.
And then he drank another bottle of Coca-Cola without a chaser yet.
Guy can have a little fun, can't he? Anyway, I was the life of the party.
You were nothing but a big show-off.
I was not a show-off.
Then why did you ask the waiter to throw you out?
I just did that for a gag. Now, Mary, you know very well we had a marvelous time. We danced all evening.
Okay, I had a marvelous time.
You're darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I don't know. It's the first time I ever did the minuet.
Oh, stop, will you? You've done the minuet before.
Yeah, but not while the band was playing Cow Cow Boogie.
Mary, now, on New Year's Eve, you gotta let yourself go.
Say,
you know.
Jack, what'd you do at the stroke of 12?
What did he do? He said Happy New Year, took an aspirin, and passed out.
Well, I wasn't out long, sister. And, Don, when I came to, I went around and kissed every woman in the place.
You did?
Yeah. And Mary was so jealous, she tried to stop me.
I wasn't jealous. I was only trying to tell you the place was closed and those women were mopping up.
I was wondering why they all wore upsweep hairdos. Anyway, let's forget about me. How about you, Don? Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I sure did, Jack. At the stroke of 12, I crawled out of the fireplace and filled all the stockings with toys.
Fill the stockings with toys? On New Year's Eve? Don, you were 7 days late.
I know. I was stuck in the chimney.
See, well, that's terrible. You could have fallen down and hurt yourself.
Yes, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Well, I'm glad you what?
I was in the chimney, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Don, I have an arrangement with Abbott and Costello. We leave them alone, and they leave us alone. So let's try it. Well, hello, Larry. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Jack.
Jack? Why, Larry, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, don't you remember? On New Year's Eve, you said I could stop calling you Mr. Benny and call you Jack.
When did I tell you that?
Right after your second Coke.
You mean before the aspirin tablet? Well, Larry, I still like the idea of you calling me Mr. Benny. I mean, it adds a little dignity to the program and shows you have respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
No, that won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks...
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out! Come on, Larry, let's have your song. Now, Mary, you behave yourself, will you?
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high. And somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the earth, shiny and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in
Grand Night for Singing, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry. By the way, kid, you made a record of that song, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, it's a great number. I'd like to have one of those records, Larry.
Well, why don't you buy one, Mr. Benny? It only costs 75 cents.
Well, I thought about buying one, kid, but you see, I just wanted your song, and the record has something else on the other side, you see, so I didn't feel like paying for both sides.
Maybe they'll slice it for you.
No, I asked them. And you should have heard.
Hello, Donsey. How you, Livy? And a good evening to you, Mr. Benny.
What? Mr. Benny, Phil, what's that?
One of my New Year's resolutions. Respect for the boss. I made it on New Year's Eve.
Well, that's a nice resolution.
They told me I made it, and I'm going to keep it.
I thought so. Phil, I never saw a guy like you. You keep going to parties, but you never know what happens. You can't even remember if you've had a good time.
Jackson, when I get up the next morning, brush my teeth, and the bristles fall out of the toothbrush, I know I had a good time.
Oh.
Hey, look, how about you, Jackson? Did you have fun New Year's Eve?
Yes, Phil. I went over to the...
That's all, Jackson. If you can remember, you didn't have fun.
Well, I can't remember all of it. And, Phil, as long as you're making resolutions, you could have made another one. During this new year, why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil. No. All I ask is when you look at your music stand and see a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't turn to your boys and say, "There's a spy around here. This stuff is in code." Little as they know it, embarrassing.
All right, Jackson, all right. That'll be another one of my resolutions.
Oh, speaking of resolutions, Jack, I made a resolution that during 1946, I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Lucky Strike cigarettes.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of saying LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, I'm going to say it backwards.
What?
I'm going to say TFMSL stands for Tobacco Fine means Strike Lucky.
But, Don, isn't that a bit ridiculous?
Well, Jack, at least it's different. Remember how I always used to say Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Uh-huh.
Well, listen to it this way. Draw the uneasy and free sole, packed fully sole, firm sole, round sole.
Well, mouth my shut. Pack so, firm so, round so.
Rinse so.
Happy little Mary! Don, if I were you, I'd forget about doing the commercial backward. Just do it the regular way.
Well, okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra who will play it not backwards, not forwards, but in their usual manner. They'll start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's have...
wait a minute, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I meant to tell you that the way over here, I stopped off at your house, and while I was there, Fred Allen called.
Fred Allen, huh? Well, what did the dead end of Allen's Alley have to say?
I haven't heard such language since Mama stepped on Papa's bare foot with her track shoes on.
Well, Mary, Allen didn't have to use that kind of language, even if he was talking about me.
Wasn't his fault, Jack. He was reading one of those contest letters.
No. He's just jealous because more people hate me than him. That's all.
What about the contest, Jack? Have the winners been picked yet?
Not yet, Don. The judges are reading the letters as fast as they can. But on Sunday, January 27th, 3 weeks from tonight, we'll announce the winners. 3 weeks from tonight. It won't be very long until I'll be paying off the prizes.
Hey, Jackson, as long as you're paying off, how about that little bet I won from you on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I didn't see the game, so the bet's off. I mean, how do I know that USC lost? Huh?
Are you kidding? The score was printed in every newspaper in the country.
So what? Last Wednesday, I picked up the newspaper on my front lawn, and it said no rain today. Paper was so wet, I could hardly read it. So don't be too sure about USC losing.
Jackson, are you crazy? 90,000 people were at that game and saw Alabama win.
I don't care if 100,000 people saw. I'm not taking the word of a lot of strangers. That's the way rumors get started. I'm not taking anybody's word.
That's why Jack went to Europe last summer. He wanted to make sure the war was over.
Yeah.
He hasn't been to Japan yet, so he's still got his house blacked out.
Mary, let's drop the whole... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you know I'm on the air. What did you call for?
It's about Nottingham, your New English butler. He must be crazy.
What's the matter now?
When you left the house this morning, did you tell him to take the Christmas tree off the grand piano, cut it up into little pieces, and burn it?
Yeah, did it fit in the fireplace?
Oh, but the keyboard.
What, Rochester, do you mean to say that Nottingham damaged my grand piano?
Damaged it? Boss, you know in front where it says Steinway and Sons?
Yes?
Well, the fellow's in business for himself now.
Oh, my God. Rochester, why didn't you stop him?
Stop him, schmop him. He wouldn't listen to me.
But my grand piano, it's ruined.
I told you I saved the keyboard.
The keyboard? Why would you just save that?
Boss, you know how I feel about ivory.
I should have known. Well, Rochester, did anything else happen?
Not until the fireman got there.
The fireman?
Yeah, when Nottingham threw the piano in the fireplace, the flames shot up all over the roof.
Well, did the firemen put it out?
They sure did. I went outside and watched them. They climbed up a ladder, stuck a hose down the chimney, and turned it on full force.
Uh-huh.
And, boss, I couldn't understand how a chimney could hold so much water till I opened the front door.
What?
That tide hit me so hard I thought Frank Thomas was coaching it.
Don't tell me the house was flooded.
Flooded? You know that picture of Whistler's mother you got in the library?
Yes?
Well, the frame's still there, but she's in the living room diving for pennies.
Rochester, stop with the jokes. Did you save my parrot?
Boss, the last time I saw your parrot, he was sailing down the hall in your derby hat shouting, Mr. Christian, come here!
Oh, don't be so silly. Now, let the water out the back door. We might as well water the garden while we've got it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened, Jack?
What always happens when I leave the house? Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Snow, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, come on. How about paying me that dough you owe me on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I told you I didn't see the game.
But, Jack, you said you went to the Rose Bowl. How come you didn't see the game?
Well...
I'll tell you, Don.
He wouldn't be interested.
Yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack had tickets for the game, and he told Phil and me to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
What is that?
Well, when Phil and I got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd down. There were thousands of people pushing and shoving. Come on, Phil, let's go in.
We can't, Libby. We got to wait for Jackson. He's got the tickets. Why didn't he come with us?
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, to the game.
Yeah, she's a pretty cute kid when she's all dressed up. You know, I think Jackson's kind of stuck on that little waitress.
Yeah, but he's getting indifferent now that meat rationing is over. You know him.
Hey, Mary, look. Here comes Jackson and Gladys now.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you look so nice. You're sure pretty when you get all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it. Boy, am I lucky I met you.
Ain't it the truth?
That's fate for you. You know, I'd never have met you if I hadn't been hungry that night. Gee, I'll never forget. I was driving along looking for a place to eat, and I drove right past Ciro's and the Trocadero and the Macambo. And it was just fate that made me turn into Simon's Drive-In. And there, like a vision of loveliness, you came toward me. Gee, you smelled so good.
Yeah, it was chicken gumbo night.
Uh-huh. 25 cents a bowl. A meal in itself. Oh, look, Gladys, there's Mary and Phil. Well, here we are, kids. Gladys, you know Mary, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Gladys. Gee, that's a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself?
I should say not. Speedy ran over it on the way out here.
Gladys.
Hit it again, Jackson. It's still wiggling.
Don't be funny. Gladys meant that it slipped off her shoulder and ran over it accidentally. Didn't you, Gladys?
You tell him, big boy. You got the lips for it.
Yeah. Come on, kids. Here's our gate. Let's go in.
Tickets. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie.
What's the special tonight?
Beef soup and boiled potatoes.
Oh, come on, Gladys. Forget business for a while.
Okay, Speedy.
Here's Tunnel 16 over this way, Jackson.
Now, let's stick together.
Say, Gladys, you still working at the Shamrock Cafe?
No, I'm back at the drive-in. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
Darn right. What's the use of being in California if you can't enjoy the sun?
Yeah, but I sure wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Just save your tips. That's all.
I do, but every time I get a little ahead, you want to go to a movie or something.
Well, it won't always be that way.
Hey, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty? You know everybody, don't you?
That's Lefty Flanagan. What a sport. He always orders a la carte.
Don't talk to him.
But Lefty's a big tipper.
Oh. Hiya, Lefty. Now, let's see. Where do we...
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's make with a mustard.
Yeah, want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now. You can get me one when we're inside.
Better get one now, Gladys. You know Seedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over and buy the hot dog. You kids wait here so you won't get lost, huh? Hey, mister, 4 hot dogs, please.
Yes, sir. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and the whole retard. Well, puppies coming up.
How much are they?
3 cents apiece.
3 cents?
Uh-huh.
Why do you sell them so cheap?
Taste them.
Oh, say, do they look... They do look like pretty tough weenies.
Tough. What suitcase handles they would make.
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 4.
What kind of mustard do you want on them?
What kind?
Well, I got strong, mild, and Christmas night.
Oh, mild, I guess.
Okay, here you are. 4 hot dogs covered with mild mustard.
Thanks. Gee, they're kind of messy. Haven't you got some rolls to put them in?
With rolls, it's 5 cents. With pickles, it's 10 cents. With relish, it's 15 cents. And with bicarbonate of soda, you couldn't afford it.
Well, just give me the roll.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like them in the roll.
Here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks. Gee, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys.
Put that back in your pocket. Now, let's go in.
Stubs, please. Let's see the numbers on your stubs.
Here you are.
Right this way. Just follow me. Oh, hello, Gladys.
Why, hello, Nick. How are things?
Fine. I'm on parole now.
Come on. Show us our seats. Hey, listen to the cheering section.
L-S-M-T, L-S-M-T, L-U-C-K-I-E-S. Lucky!
Say, these seats are okay, aren't they, kids?
Yeah, right on the 40-yard line.
Hey, Jackson, care to make a little bet on the game?
Okay, Phil, you take Alabama, I'll take USC.
Hiya, pal. Is this seat taken, old pal,
Oh, great. Look, mister, how about sitting someplace else?
No, thanks. I never touch it.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
How much dough? Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
$50? Okay, it's a bet.
We must be sitting higher than I thought.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum, peanuts, popcorn. Hello, Gladys, chewing gum.
Oh, hello, Raven.
For goodness sake, Gladys, must you say hello?
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No, thanks. I never touch it.
Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellas.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Here they come running right past us.
Gladys? Now, look,
But Speedy, dear, the boys on the USC team always eat at the drive-in. They voted me Miss Pigskin of 1945.
I don't care what they voted you.
Gosh, what a crowd.
Yeah, I'll bet there's 90,000 people here.
Oh, that's terrible. 90,000 people without a home.
What are you talking about?
This housing shortage is terrible.
Look, they've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, you're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No, thanks. I never touched it.
I don't know why I always have to...
Hey, Jackson, look, here comes the Alabama team.
Hey, those Alabama fellows look pretty good, don't they, Gladys?
They sure do.
Hello, Gladys, you all.
Gladys, you all? That's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. You and I are through. Our engagement is broken. Goodbye.
But, Speedy, if you're breaking our engagement, what about the ring?
I'm not giving it back to you. Goodbye.
So there you are, Don. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks from tonight on January 27th, we will announce the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speedy Riggs.
What do auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who know tobacco best, say about Lucky Strike? Well, just listen to the words of Mr. Thomas Jefferson Green, independent tobacco auctioneer of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. He said,
"For many years, I've noticed that at the different markets where I've been auctioneering, Lucky Strike has bought tobacco that was ripe and mild. So for my own cigarette, naturally, I picked Lucky Strike. Been smoking them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Green surely know that it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw."
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Mary, I wish you'd stop telling Don everything that happens to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I won't do it again.
Okay. Say, Mary, how would you like to go out to dinner now? And later we'll go dancing.
No, not while you're wearing Gladys's ring.
Well, I can't get it off. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Family Theater presents Bob Hope. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents It Isn't Cricket. And now, here is your host, Bob Hope.
Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives. If we are to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world, Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, It Isn't Cricket, featuring Richard Peel as Vince.
Strike three, he says. Strike three.
Now, Mabel.
And you could have driven a truck between the plate and the catcher.
Mabel, it's senseless to argue the point now. The game's lost. It's already down in the books.
Then I say burn the books.
But it's just one game. The season's young.
Lady umpires. I'll bring it up at every league meeting till I'm dead.
Oh, now, Mabel, will you please?
We got lady baseball players. We should have lady umpires.
I don't think there's much chance of that being adopted.
10 years ago, they said there'd never be such a thing as a lady manager, didn't they?
I know.
Well, I made it, didn't I?
You don't have to shout, Mabel.
Lady umpires, you wait and see. Not a man on the field unless he's selling popcorn.
Will you please lower your voice? Mr. Easton will be here any minute.
What does he want to see me for anyhow? I should be out hitting grounders.
He has every right to see you. He's the new owner.
I got a contract.
It's not about the contract. He just wants to meet you and the other girls.
The new owner. Why shouldn't Mrs. Barrett have left the club to someone who knew something about the game?
I'm sure I don't know, Mabel, but he is her nephew. He does own the team, and we might just as well make the best of it. Yes?
Mr. Easton to see you, Mr. Willis.
Okay, send him in.
Yes, sir.
The new owner.
Mabel, as a favor to me, please don't start anything.
Mr. Willis?
Oh, come in, Mr. Easton. A pleasure to meet you.
How do you do?
And this is our field manager, Miss Mabel Armstrong.
Miss Armstrong, I'm honored.
Howdy.
That's an appropriate name for a baseball player. Armstrong.
Ain't it, though?
Of course, Mabel doesn't really play with the team.
Not that I couldn't.
Yes, Mabel. Now, look.
It's just that I want to give the younger girls a chance.
Oh, I understand perfectly, Miss Armstrong.
Well, Mr. Easton, what would you like to see first?
The girls under 30, that is. And...
Yes, Mabel,
well, Mr. Willis, I should tell you and Miss Armstrong that I don't know too much about baseball.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't very athletic as a child, and then early in life my parents sent me to England to study. I can't imagine why Aunt Catherine left this organization to me.
You ain't the only one, Sonny.
Mabel.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Miss Armstrong. I appreciate your frankness. And I'm willing to learn, but all I really know is that baseball is a good bit like cricket. Isn't it? Rather?
Like a cricket?
No, not a cricket, Mabel. Cricket, the game.
I never heard of no game played with little bugs.
I'm afraid you misunderstand, Miss Armstrong. This is a British sport, cricket. It has bowlers and batsmen, much as you have, I think, in baseball.
They ain't no bowlers on my team.
No, that's like the pitcher, Mabel.
Yes, I believe that would be the comparable position. So you see, I'm not entirely unfamiliar with this type of sport.
Yeah?
By the way, when might I see a match?
A what?
A match. A baseball match. See the team play.
Oh, well, there's a game tonight, Mr. Easton. In fact, the girls are playing a doubleheader.
Playing a home?
A doubleheader ain't a home, it's a what? It means 2 games.
Oh, great heavens. I had visions of some awful freak.
No, it's just slang, Mr. Easton. You'll get used to it.
I expect.
Oh, incidentally, Mabel, have you decided on the batteries for tonight?
I have, and nobody but me is going to know which they are until the game stops.
Oh, I say, Miss Armstrong, do you think that's quite fair?
What do you mean fair?
Look, Mabel.
Well, after all, I mean, it's a night game, and if you're going to keep everyone sitting in the grandstand out there with no lights on till you decide which batteries to use...
Oh, Mother dear.
Well, after all...
Mr. Easton, these batteries don't have any electricity in them.
Oh, well, then I think they should be replaced. I mean, what use is a battery if it doesn't have any...
We mean the players' batteries, the pitcher and the catcher.
Oh.
Yes. You get it now?
Yeah. Yeah, but tell me...
Yeah?
Well, are the pitcher and the catcher the only players that carry lights?
They don't carry lights. They don't use lights.
Oh, I see. Well, that would explain why their batteries needn't have any electricity. What?
Yeah, that's the reason.
No, I knew I'd get the hang of it.
Willis, I'm going down to the locker room. I feel a little tired.
I hope I haven't said anything to upset you, Miss Armstrong.
No. I just figure we're in for quite a season, and I want to keep up my strength.
Well, I'll see you at the match tonight, then, Miss Armstrong.
Yeah, the match.
I mean the two-sculler.
The doubleheader.
Quite. Good luck, Miss Armstrong.
Oh, quite.
My, she's a hearty sort. What?
Well, Mabel's got a few rough edges, but she's far and away the best manager in the circuit.
The circuit?
Yeah, why?
Well, I'm a fool to ask, but I suppose there's no electricity in that either, eh?
No, it's just more slang. You'll get onto it.
No, I expect. I hope you won't think me a nag, but...
No, not at all. You ask anything you want.
Well, are batteries in any way connected to the circuit?
Well, yes, currently...
Oh, currently. Oh, then why can't the current go through the circuit to the batteries and then...
No, I'm afraid I've misled you, Mr. Easton. No, there's no electricity involved. Words like battery and circuit, they're just baseball slang.
Oh, quite. I understand.
Good. Well, suppose I pick you up at your hotel tonight after dinner and we'll go over and watch the game together, huh? You'll catch on in no time.
Oh, I'm sure I shall. Well, I'll be toddling along. Thank you again, Mr. Willis.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Easton.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I understand perfectly now about no current really being in the batteries and the circuits and whatnot.
That's right. It's just slang.
Yes, quite. But that being the case...
Yeah?
Well, for these night matches, how do you light up the stadium?
Excuse me.
Yes?
Don't get up. I wonder if I could ask you a favor.
Why, certainly.
Could I share this table with you?
Well, yes, by all means, if you want.
I know it seems forward to come up like this to a total stranger.
Oh, not at all, not at all. The dining room's quite crowded.
Well, you see, I've got to be at the ballpark by 7:30, and if I don't eat now...
Did you say the ballpark?
Oh, yes. To see the doubleheader between the Doves and the Hawks. Girls baseball.
Oh, I say, this is ripping.
Oh, what's ripping?
I mean, it's smashing, really. That's just where I'm going.
Oh, easy now.
Oh, no, honestly. Permit me to introduce myself. Vincent Easton, new owner of the Doves. Aunt Catherine left them to me.
Aunt Catherine left what to you?
Oh, all the Doves, and the batteries and the circuits and whatnot.
Are you kidding, mister?
No, I'm quite serious. Here, look at this newspaper clipping from last night's paper. Here, read it yourself.
New owner of Doves flies in from New York.
Yeah, Vincent Easton. See? Me.
Well, you sound kind of English.
Well, I ought to. I've lived in England most of my life. See there, bottom paragraph.
Well, how about this?
I'm going out to see my first match tonight.
What?
Game. I'm not quite on to all the language of it yet.
You've never seen a baseball game?
Oh, now don't you start on me, too, please.
Well, it's just so strange.
Well, I've already made a fool of myself in front of Miss Armstrong and that Willis chap.
You mean you don't know anything about baseball?
Except for one or two fine points, like, the batteries that the pitcher and the catcher carry. And
the what?
I expect they've a ballast or some such. They won't light anything.
Oh, mister, you're in trouble.
Oh, how's that?
Well, this is a tough business. I mean, I'm just a fan, but running a girls' baseball team, you've got to know your way around.
Oh, I realize I've got a lot to learn. I don't even know fifth base from the catcher's mound.
Look, would you like to come out to the game with me tonight?
Oh, I was going to ask if I might.
Maybe I can explain a little of what it's all about, anyhow.
Would you? Would you really?
Well, it looks like someone's got to help you.
Oh, I'd be eternally grateful, Miss... It is Miss?
Yes, Smith. Jill Smith.
Smith. You know, that's a very common name in England.
Yes, it's pretty well known over here, too.
Oh, this is awful.
Awful?
Well, that's 4 separate times one of the girls has knocked a ball out of the park, and I happen to know what they cost.
Oh, Vincent, that's good. She hit a home run. They're tied up now, last of the 9th.
Well, that's all very well, but the expenditure of equipment involved seems simply prodigal.
Vincent, home runs are what people pay to see. That's one of the reasons the game is exciting.
No, I expect. Who's up now?
Nellie Boland.
Oh, yes.
She's the real spark plug of your team.
Spark plug? Oh, well then...
No. She's not the one who powers the batteries.
It was just a thought.
You've just got to stop thinking that everything on a baseball team is electric.
Well, then why do they use all those terms?
Well, I don't know. I never thought about it. Oh, now watch the game. The Hawks are sending in a new pitcher.
Well, what's the matter with their old one?
The Doves have gotten to her for 5 hits in 1 inning.
Well, that's what I mean. Can't we have her stay on and give us a few more?
Well, they don't want to give us a few more. They're sending her to the showers.
Oh, I see. Bad girl, wash out your mouth sort of thing.
No, just you're out of the game sort of thing. The shower's optional.
Oh, so it should be. She might like a tub.
Oh, look. The Doves are putting in a pinch hitter. Lefty Kiska.
Oh, is that permitted?
Why, of course.
Well, it seems most unladylike.
Unladylike?
Well, I mean, pinching and hitting and whatnot. Well, after all, if we can't win without resorting to violence...
No, Vincent... A pinch hitter is just a substitute. Someone who comes in to bat for someone else.
Oh, I see. Well, that's champion. Who's she replacing?
The pitcher.
Oh, then we'll have to muddle through without a pitcher from here on.
No, Mabel's got another warming up down in the bullpen.
The bullpen?
That's just a figure of speech, Vincent. There's no real pen. It's just a section of the field where the pitchers warm up.
Oh, I understand. You'd think they'd parade them around the field, though, wouldn't you? I mean, give the fans a look at them and...
What are you talking about?
With the bulls. I mean, after all, if they're so tame they don't even need a pen.
There aren't any bulls. Not one in the whole baseball park. Not a single bull.
Oh, well, that would explain the absence of the pen.
Oh, Vincent, I'm beginning to wonder if there's any hope at all for you.
Well, listen here, Jill. I've been meaning to ask you ever since we got here tonight.
Ask me what?
Well, you say you've just got into town and you're planning to take a job with an insurance company.
Oh, I've already promised to.
But you haven't started yet.
No, but I...
Well, would you consider coming to work for me as a sort of confidential secretary and a baseball expert and that sort of thing?
Work for you?
I'm quite serious. I can't go bumbling about and bothering Willis and that Armstrong woman every time I have to ask a stupid question.
Well, Vincent...
Well, there's so much I have to learn. And then, now and again, I'm sure to be sending out a letter to someone, and you could help with that.
Oh, I don't
It wouldn't be for long. Once I got the hang of things, you could take another position. If you wanted. But these first few weeks are going to be a horror.
Well...
Oh, please say you'll help. I'll pay you a good salary and bonuses.
Oh, that isn't the point.
Oh, well, everyone in baseball gets bonuses. I understand it's quite common.
Oh, I suppose since I haven't started to work for the insurance people yet,
You're marvelous. Oh, that's champion.
Oh, look! Lefty connected with the first pitch.
Oh, I say.
That's the ball game.
That's the first thing I want you to do as my secretary. Keep count.
Of the home run?
Of the lost balls. I'm going to find out just how expensive this business of winning games is.
Mr. Easton's office? Yes, this is his secretary. No, he hasn't come in yet, but... Jim, is this you? How many times have I told you not to call me here? He'll be in any minute. Yes, I'm trying to get the information you want, but someone's coming. I'll call you tonight.
I still say we'll be out of the pennant race in a week if you don't do something.
Mabel, will you please?
Oh, good morning, Jill.
Good morning.
Miss Smith?
Mr. Willis, Miss Armstrong.
Howdy.
Jill, we'll be in conference in my office until almost noon. I won't be taking any calls.
I understand.
Unless there's one from a Mr. Carruthers. If he phones, put him right through.
Very well, Mr. Easton.
It's very important.
I will.
Well, let's start the wait.
Oh, indeed. Come right in.
Well, I, for one, don't think you have to take such a gloomy view of things, Mabel.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. I think the girls are playing pretty good.
They're playing fine, but they ain't winning enough. Say, Vince.
Yes, Mabel?
What's the name of that secretary of yours again?
Now, Mabel, don't start that
Her
up.
name's Smith, Miss Jill Smith. Why?
I've seen her somewhere.
Of course you've seen her somewhere. She's been sitting out at that desk for the last 3 weeks.
I mean somewhere before that, wise guy.
Well, what about her?
Oh, Mabel is always suspecting we got spies or something.
Well, we've had them before, and I've seen this kid somewhere. I'll bet $1 million on it.
Oh, I'm quite convinced of Miss Smith's loyalty.
Mabel, let's stick to the matter at hand, huh? Now, you think we have to add to our pitching staff, is
I know we do. Now, Vince, I understand that you're trying to hold expenses down, but...
It's not a case of trying to, Mabel. We've simply got to or go out of business.
You should see what the auditors found in the books.
I don't get it. When Kate Barrett ran this club, we was in the black.
Yeah, it seemed we were in the black.
I'm afraid Aunt Catherine had a better head for sports than she did for business, Mabel. In the last 2 years, the team ate up most of her savings.
I just can't believe it.
She just didn't want to fire anyone or cut any salaries.
Well, we're playing to good crowds this year, aren't we?
Up 8% from last year, according to the figures.
If it continues to hold at that level.
That's just what I'm getting at. If we don't shore up that pitching staff, before you know it, we'll be out of the first division, and you know what that does to attendance in this league.
Well, this girl, Ellis, that you want to get from the Tartans, you think she'd turn the trick?
Well, now, one pitcher don't make a staff, but she's a solid workhorse. Rotating her, Grady and James as starters, plus the relief work, we can count on from the others. Well, we might squeak through.
Yeah, if Carruthers will trade her, and if the price is right.
What do you think he'll ask for her, Mabel?
The moon. But if you play it right, you can probably get her for $20,000, plus maybe an outfielder.
Great Scott, that's a lot of money.
It ain't near what you lose if that gate starts slipping.
Well, I don't suppose it can do any harm to at least negotiate with her.
I should think Carruthers could use a power hitter more than the money. What if we offered him Lefty Kiska?
I'll offer him your head on a plate first.
Oh, now, Mabel.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Jill.
It's Mr. Crothers on line 3, Mr. Easton.
Oh, put him right on.
Yes, sir.
And Jill.
Yes, Mr. Easton?
Stay on the line and transcribe the conversation, will you? I want a record of all the details.
Certainly.
All right, I'll take the call. Hello? Mr. Carruthers.
Hi, honey.
Hello, Jim. Come on in.
Say, this is kind of a nice little place you've got here.
Well, I can afford it. Mr. Easton pays me a very nice salary.
Fine. You aren't getting stuck in this guy, are you?
Oh, don't be silly.
Okay. Well, how'd it go today?
Jim, I don't know if this is right at all.
Look, honey, we want to buy the ball club. So we got to know what's going on there, what kind of an operation it is.
I know, but this doesn't seem honest.
Okay, and if old Lady Bird had tried to run the place like a business, maybe we wouldn't have to do this. I'm not going to buy into a club that's a sure money loser. You wouldn't want us to do that, would you?
No.
Okay. So now, what happened with Carruthers this afternoon?
Oh, here's a transcript of the phone conversation he had with Vince.
They strike a deal?
Not yet. Read it yourself. It's all there.
All right. Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, it looks like your boss really needs a pitcher, huh?
And Carruthers seems to know it, too.
It's kind of funny, huh?
Well, I don't think so.
Okay. Honey, where do you think the Doves will finish this season if they don't get Ellis?
Oh, it might cost them another 15 games.
And maybe drop them into second division?
Yeah, it's possible.
Hey, do you think this boss of yours would be more inclined to sell the club if it didn't do so well this year?
What are you getting at?
Nothing, I'm just asking.
Well, he's learned a lot just in the few weeks since he took over, but the club's in the red.
And it's going to get worse if they don't finish strong this year?
Well, Vince owns most of the stock, but there's almost no cash reserve. I think he'd have to sell.
Uh-huh. Oh, incidentally, you need this?
No, it's an extra copy. You can have it.
Thanks, honey. Look, I won't be seeing you until sometime next week.
How come?
Well, I'm going to go upstate for a couple of days, scout around a little over the weekend.
Oh, all right.
Maybe I'll have some good news for you when I get back.
Well, there goes the ball game.
Oh, if we just could have held them down.
Mabel's right. It's the pitching. We seem to be able to score when we have to, but we can't stop the other teams from doing the same thing.
And a lot more of it. Well, I say cross our fingers. If we don't get that Alice girl by the 4th of July, we are in trouble.
I was saving that bad news until after the game.
Did you hear from Carruthers?
There was a wire waiting for me at the hotel when I stopped off for dinner. Ellis isn't for sale.
You mean he upped the price on you?
No, I tried that myself. I called him long distance at home. Said we go to 25 and throw in 2 players. He just isn't interested.
But I thought the deal was practically set.
So did I. But apparently something has changed Carruthers' mind over the weekend.
The weekend?
And I can't change it back.
I don't understand it. Alice is good, but she's only got a season or 2 left in her. You'd think Carruthers would have jumped at the offer.
No, he was adamant.
Did he make any counter-proposal?
No. And that rather surprised me. Well, every so often during the negotiations, Carruthers offered to cut the price for Ellis down to practically nothing if we'd include Lefty Kiska in the trade.
And he didn't say anything about that tonight when you talked to him?
No. Now, it's strange, too, considering how desperate I must have sounded, that he didn't mention her.
Vincent, will you be needing me for anything more tonight?
Oh, no, Joel. I'll drop you at home.
No, you don't have to do that.
Oh, that's no trouble at all.
Well, I've got an appointment with someone, so I won't be going home right away.
Oh, well, I can give you a lift.
No, it's all right. I'm late now. I'll see you in the office tomorrow morning. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Willis.
Good night, Joe.
Well,
that was a hurried exit.
Do you suppose anything's wrong?
Whatever it is, it can't compare to the trouble you've got.
Well, she seemed very upset to learn that we couldn't get Ellis.
Well, if you think that was something, wait till you see how Mabel takes the news.
Oh, by Jove, that's right. She doesn't know yet. Well, let's go down and get it over with.
Jim? Oh, Jim.
Oh, hi, honey. Hey, I thought you were going to wait for me at your apartment.
I had to talk to you right away.
You think it's smart being seen together this close to the ballpark?
Where's your car?
What's out in the parking lot? Come on.
Jim, were you up in Spencerville this week?
Yeah, I passed through there. Why?
And you saw Carruthers?
So what if I did?
Jim, that wasn't fair.
What are you talking about?
What did you promise Carruthers if he wouldn't sell Ellis to the Doves this season?
Oh, now, look.
You must have promised him plenty. Vince offered to go as high as $25,000 for her.
All right. Keep your shirt on. I told him he could have Lefty Kiska for a flat cash deal next year if I own the Doves by then.
And you figure to get them pretty cheap if they keep on losing?
Okay, so I did a little sharp trading, but I did it for us. Come on, get in.
I don't want that sort of thing done for me.
Look, it goes on every day.
So does larceny, but there's still a law against it.
Jill.
I don't want any part of this, Jim.
Oh, calm down, will you? It's done and you can't change it. Come on, I'll take you home.
I thought for a moment that you'd seen us.
No, I don't think so. It's pretty dark. Gee, I'm sorry, Vince.
It seems Mabel was right about her after all. I guess it's my fault.
Well, these things can happen. I don't suppose you recognized her boyfriend?
No, I didn't.
Jim Gates used to be a pitcher with the big leagues. He's been trying to buy the club from your aunt for the last 2 years.
She must love him very much. Jill, to do a thing like this for him.
Yeah, I guess so.
I was rather proud of the way she stood up to him, though, about the Carruthers business. She didn't like that.
No. But he had the last word.
How's that?
It's done. We can't change it. Oh? Who's calling, please? Just a moment. I'm not sure he's in yet. Vince.
Yeah?
It's Ronald from the sporting goods outfit. You want to speak to him?
No. Say, I'll call him back later, would you?
Yeah. Hello? I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds, but Mr. Easton hasn't come in yet this morning. Can I have him call you? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll give him the message. Bye.
What do you want?
Like the others, sell you some equipment.
I think we'd better make do for the rest of this season with what we have. Let the next owner worry about it.
Look, Vince, you're letting us hit you much too hard. We're still in business. The Doves are a good enough team.
I expect so. No, it's just that I seem to have lost my interest in baseball, I guess.
Yeah, I know it's been a bitter disappointment about Jill, but, well, she's not the only girl in the world.
No. But she might as well be.
Come in.
Say, what's the idea of getting me out of bed at 8:30 in the morning?
Oh, hello, Mabel.
Don't you know I work nights?
Look, will you lower your voice, please? I got a headache.
You've got a headache.
Oh, Mabel, now...
How do you think I feel after the bad news from Carruthers last night?
Well, I'm afraid it's not over yet. There's more.
Well, you can't fire me. I got a contract.
Nobody's firing you.
It's Miss Smith who's being fired.
Is that why she ain't out at the desk?
No, she ain't come in yet.
But you were right about her. She's a spy.
What did I tell you? I knew I'd seen her.
She's in with a man named Jim Gates.
Gates?
And he's the one who talked Carruthers out of trading Ginger Ellis to us.
Gates? That's where I heard the name.
You should have. He's been trying to buy the club for 2 years.
No, I mean her name's Gates. Jill Gates.
Yes, I rather imagined she'd be his wife.
Vince!
You're fired. I don't want to talk to you.
Fired?
We saw you in the parking lot last night, Miss Smith.
Well, that's what I want to tell you about.
There's nothing more to say. You're fired.
I knew I'd seen you before, sister. You tried out last spring with the Hawks. I was up in the grandstand.
Well, that's right, Miss Armstrong, but
What do you mean tried out? Tried out for what?
The pitcher. She's a southpaw. Oh, they was going to sign her, too.
You're a lady baseball player?
Well, I was going to try it.
The hottest-looking rookie I ever saw. How come you didn't sign with him?
Well, Jim didn't want me to, but now I'd like to try.
I take it you mean Jim Gates, your husband.
My husband?
Gates ain't her husband. He's her older brother.
Your brother?
Well, he's the one who taught me how to pitch.
Then you aren't married?
Well, of course not. And I wondered if maybe I couldn't help out on the team.
This kid has got a fireball. You can't see. You just can't see it.
I know Ginger Ellis, but I thought if you really needed an extra pitcher...
Oh, this is wonderful, wonderful. Oh, darling.
Well, will you really let me help, Vincent? I want to very much.
Let you?
I'll say we'll let you.
We'll keep you busy for the rest of the season. Oh, has this kid got a fireball? It just flames at you.
Vincent, I want to make up for what Jim and I have done to you.
Oh, there's nothing to make up for, Jill.
Oh, no, I wanted him to own a club if it would make him happy, but...
Well, then we'll let him own some of this one. There's no reason for one man to hold all this stock. I'll sell him half interest or something. It can be a sort of family affair?
Oh, Vince. I'm so ashamed.
Oh, no, darling.
Well, because it was sneaky and well, I guess they'd say in England it wasn't cricket.
Well, no, but, well, now, when you come to think of it, it shouldn't be cricket.
No?
No, it should be baseball.
This is Bob Hope again. You know, when most of us think of families that don't stay together, we think of broken marriages. And that's not always the main problem. Pick up your tabloid. What do you read about? Kids. Some of them pretty far gone. Kids who've been duped into dope. Kids who pushed that hot rod of theirs just a notch too far and at the last minute couldn't stop in time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those guys who thinks the younger generation's getting worse every year. But I do think there's a way we could all help that generation to get a lot better. That's right, through family prayer. The whole family. Dad, mom, sis, brother, all hands, folded just long enough to thank God they're a family. And Dad, good example's a mighty powerful thing. None of our old bones can take the punishment they used to, but if we pick out a soft spot on the carpet and let ourselves down easy, well, after all, God built our legs to bend at the knees, so He must have wanted us to spend some time in that position. And it works. The family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you transcribed, It Isn't Cricket. Bob Hope was your host. Featured in our cast were Richard Peel, Marjorie Bennett, Herb Vigran, Charlotte Lawrence, and Herb Ellis. The script was written and directed by John T. Kelly, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Larry Chatterton expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present The End of Dirty Eddie, starring Wallace Ford and William Campbell. Natalie Wood will be your hostess. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
Patriotism and Sport by G.K. Chesterton. Read for the Coffee Break Collection 27, Sports. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patriotism and Sport. I notice that some papers, especially papers that call themselves patriotic, have fallen into quite a panic over the fact that we have been twice beaten in the world of sport, that a Frenchman has beaten us at golf, and that Belgians have beaten us at rowing. I suppose that the incidents are important to any people who ever believed in the self-satisfied English legend on this subject. I suppose that there are men who vaguely believe that we could never be beaten by a Frenchman, despite the fact that we have often been beaten by Frenchmen, and once by a French woman. In the old pictures in Punch, you will find a recurring piece of satire. The English caricaturists always assumed that a Frenchman could not ride to hounds or enjoy English hunting. It did not seem to occur to them that all the people who founded English hunting were Frenchmen. All the kings and nobles who originally rode to hounds spoke French. Large numbers of those Englishmen who still ride to hounds have French names. I suppose that the thing is important to anyone who is ignorant of such evident matters as these. I suppose that if a man has ever believed that we English have some sacred and separate right to be athletic, such reverses do appear quite enormous and shocking. They feel as if, while the proper sun was rising in the east, some other and unexpected sun had begun to rise in the north-northwest by north. For the benefit, the moral and intellectual benefit of such people, it may be worth while to point out that the Anglo-Saxon has in these cases been defeated precisely by those competitors whom he has always regarded as being out of the running. By Latins, and by Latins of the most easy and unstrenuous type, not only by Frenchmen, but by Belgians. All this, I say, is worth telling to any intelligent person who believes in the haughty theory of Anglo-Saxon superiority. But then, no intelligent person does believe in the haughty theory of Anglo-Saxon superiority. No quite genuine Englishman ever did believe in it, and the genuine Englishman these defeats will in no respect dismay. The genuine English patriot will know that the strength of England has never depended upon any of these things, that the glory of England has never had anything to do with them, except in the opinion of a large section of the rich and a loose section of the poor, which copies the idleness of the rich. These people will, of course, think too much of our failure, just as they thought too much of our success. The typical jingoes who have admired their countrymen too much for being conquerors will, doubtless, despise their countrymen too much for being conquered. But the Englishman with any feeling for England will know that the athletic failures do not prove that England is weak, any more than athletic successes proved that England was strong. The truth is that athletics, like all other things, especially modern, are insanely individualistic. The Englishmen who win sporting prizes are exceptional among Englishmen, for the simple reason that they are exceptional even among men. English athletes represent England just about as much as Mr. Barnum's freaks represent America. There are so few of such people in the whole world that it is almost a toss-up whether they are found in this or that country. If anyone wants a simple proof of this, it is easy to find. When the great English athletes are not exceptional Englishmen, they are generally not Englishmen at all. Nay, they are often representatives of races of which the average tone is specially incompatible with athletics. For instance, the English are supposed to rule the natives of India in virtue of their superior hardiness, superior activity, superior health of body and mind. The Hindus are supposed to be our subjects because they are less fond of action, less fond of openness and the open air. In a word, less fond of cricket. And substantially this is probably true, that the Indians are less fond of cricket. All the same, if you ask among Englishmen for the very best cricket player, you will find that he is an Indian. Or to take another case, it is, broadly speaking, true that the Jews are, as a race, pacific, intellectual, indifferent to war, like the Indians, or perhaps contemptuous of war, like the Chinese. Nevertheless, of the very good prize fighters, one or two have been Jews. This is one of the strongest instances of the particular kind of evil that arises from our English form of the worship of athletics. It concentrates too much upon the success of individuals. It began quite naturally and rightly with wanting England to win. The second stage was that it wanted some Englishmen to win. The third stage was, in the ecstasy and agony of some special competition, that it wanted one particular Englishman to win. And the fourth stage was that when he had won, it discovered that he was not even an Englishman. This is one of the points, I think, on which something might really be said for Lord Roberts and his rather vague ideas which vary between rifle clubs and conscription. Whatever may be the advantages or disadvantages otherwise of the idea, it is at least an idea of procuring equality and a sort of average in the athletic capacity of the people. It might conceivably act as a corrective to our mere tendency to see ourselves in certain exceptional athletes. As it is, there are millions of Englishmen who really think that they are a muscular race because C.B. Fry is an Englishman, and there are many of them who think vaguely that athletics must belong to England because Ranjit Singh is an Indian. But the real historic strength of England, physical and moral, has never had anything to do with this athletic specialism. It has been rather hindered by it. Somebody said that the Battle of Waterloo was won on Eton's playing fields. It was a particularly unfortunate remark, for the English contribution to the victory of Waterloo depended very much more than is common in victories upon the steadiness of the rank and file in an almost desperate situation. The Battle of Waterloo was won by the stubbornness of the common soldier. That is to say, it was won by the man who had never been to Eton. It was absurd to say that Waterloo was won on Eton cricket fields, but it might have been fairly said that Waterloo was won on the village green, where clumsy boys played a very clumsy cricket. In a word, it was the average of the nation that was strong, and athletic glories do not indicate much about the average of a nation. Waterloo was not won by good cricket players, but Waterloo was won by bad cricket players, by a mass of men who had some minimum of athletic instincts and habits. It is a good sign in a nation when such things are done badly. It shows that all the people are doing them. And it is a bad sign in a nation when such things are done very well, for it shows that only a few experts and eccentrics are doing them, and that the nation is merely looking on. Suppose that whenever we heard of walking in England, it always meant walking 45 miles a day without fatigue. We should be perfectly certain that only a few men were walking at all, and that all the other British subjects were being wheeled about in bath chairs. But if when we hear of walking it means slow walking, painful walking, and frequent fatigue, then we know that the mass of the nation still is walking. We know that England is still literally on its feet. The difficulty is therefore that the actual raising of the standard of athletics has probably been bad for national athleticism. Instead of the tournament being a healthy mêlée, into which any ordinary man would rush and take his chance, it has become a fenced and guarded tilting-yard for the collision of particular champions, against whom no ordinary man would pit himself, or even be permitted to pit himself. If Waterloo was won on Eton cricket fields, it was because Eton cricket was probably much more careless then than it is now. As long as the game was a game, everybody wanted to join in it. When it becomes an art, everyone wants to look at it. When it was frivolous, it may have won Waterloo. When it was serious and efficient, it lost Magersfontein. In the Waterloo period, there was a general rough-and-tumble athleticism among average Englishmen. It cannot be recreated by cricket, or by conscription, or by any artificial means. It was a thing of the soul. It came out of laughter, religion, and the spirit of the place. But it was like the modern French duel in this, that it might happen to anybody. If I were a French journalist, it might really happen that Monsieur Clemenceau might challenge me to meet him with pistols. But I do not think that it is at all likely that Mr. C.B. Fry will ever challenge me to meet him with cricket bats. End of Patriotism and Sport by G.K. Chesterton.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.